It's been a long time. Oh, feels good. We're about to get some stuff started here. What's happening, everybody? Welcome in. Here's your boy, Coach Sean. I'm a faith based relationship coach here to help you build healthier, happier, and whole relationships with yourself, with God, and with others, because without the first two, relationship with others is just simply difficult to build, to say the least. All while building security that lasts beyond marriage. So you don't lose yourself in the midst of finding love, whether marriage comes now or later. And it's been a minute. It's been a long week. The books are filled full and getting more full, okay, by the day. And so we've had a lot of great calls this week, conversations, working with clients, getting processing through some things, working through some things. And so that explains my absence this week on live. And I think it could be the wave of the future. So, again, if you are someone who's like, hey, I'm really excited about these lives, I want to be a part of them, I want to attend them, all the things. Listen, I'm not going anywhere from those. But there will be some weeks where I have to die down on it a little bit. Shout out to Amani and Kayla in the building. Thank y'all so much. What's happening? How y'all living, man? How's the week? How y'all been? It's been a minute since I've seen y'all. Good to see you as always. Thank you for the support and love as always. Y'all are dope. Um, and shout out to Ashley for the heart me. Thank you a ton. Shout out to you, sis. How you living? Um, so yeah, I'll have some weeks where it'll be quite busy, like this week, and so I may not be able to get up here and be on live every day. But the good thing about that is that doesn't mean that we can't connect. I want to get you on the books. I want to work with you. I want to process some things with you. But more importantly, I want to get you actual sustainable results, all right, to get you to a place of security in your life. And of course, something that impacts your relationships for the long run. So if you're interested in that, tap that at the top. All right. Contact me, DM Secure, for next steps in relationship or the next steps in coaching. That'll actually get you access to my trial of my secure program. I got people in my community, in my app, live right now going through it. I want you to be a part of it. All right. I don't want you to miss out on this. Nervous system modalities, all the things that are actually going to help you get to a place of security in your life. So you're not losing your mind over a man, you're not losing your mind over a woman, you're not losing your mind over people, over dating, over struggles, all the things. And you're able to keep a sense of peace about who you are and who you're becoming. All right. And you don't lose yourself. Right. Big, big, big deal. So I want you to be a part of that. Again, I have a free attachment style quiz at the top of my page in the link. Click that so you can get that as well. And a free relational diagnostic if you're unsure where you are in the land of relationships and you want to know. Go to that same link and enter the relationship portal. If you scroll down, you'll actually get to see some actual testimonials. I've been doing some huge updating on everything. So it's been all that. You actually get a chance to hear from people that I've worked with, and so much more where that comes from. I couldn't put them all on there. But again, there's so much more where that comes from, to actually speak to the impact of not just the programs, but overall the coaching. So be sure to check that out. It'll probably encourage you to actually invest and take those next steps as well. For anybody who's in here, all right, I want to set this tone before we get to answering some questions. Please ask your questions in the chat if you have any. If you would like to step up, hit the pink and blue silhouette so you can come on up and we'll take a few minutes to ask and answer these questions. This is a safe space, probably one of the safest lives you'll be in all day. And I want you to get the most out of it. And I don't tolerate bullies. So at any moment that you guys see some disrespectful comments towards guests, what someone is saying, all the things, be sure to throw up an eye emoji, the googly eye emoji. That'll definitely get my attention to be able to get that person up out of here. And yeah, we just don't tolerate bullies. This is a safe space, man. So we're going to honor that as always. And gosh, there was one more thing that I wanted to say to y'all. Testimonials. All right. Hey, if you have been watching my content, if you have joined my live, if you've ever asked a question, it got answered, it was helpful. If you did as much as call in, all right, and we had a conversation and you found it helpful, you found it resourceful, I would love a testimonial from you. Okay. I would love a video testimonial from you. Okay. If you're uncomfortable getting on the camera, all good. I would love a written testimonial. Okay. Definitely send me that. Okay. The testimonial is 1 to 5 minutes long if you're doing video. And you're just talking about the impact of the content, how our conversations have been helpful. What have you gained? What's changed? Even as much as a perspective on things. And would you recommend the work, content, and things like that to other people? If you get this to me, okay, I want you to send the video or written testimonial via DM. All right. Or email. My email is at the top of my page as well for you to send that. If you do that, session on me. How about that? A free session on me. Basie, yes. I don't know why I saw that. Yes, bro. Grooming matters. Grooming is very important, man. I would definitely recommend that. It's a healthy option. But anyway, look, if you guys want to do the listen sessions on me, all right, that stands for this live and this live only. Okay. I'm probably going to post something on my story to invite other people to do the same. And at that point, it'll be 75% off. All right. A discounted session, but I want you to have a session on me, on the house. All right. So all I need from you is a testimonial. All right. If it's written, if it's recorded, preferred recorded, but if you're not comfortable getting on the camera, all good. Just send me a message. Send it to me via DM. All right. Send it to me via email. You can upload it to YouTube as an unlisted. Send me the link. I can get that, download it, all the things. I would love that from you. Okay. And so that'll stand for the rest and duration of this live. And you'll use the code testimonial to get the free Calendly link. Okay. But that will be after you send your testimonial video or written form. All right. We'd love to hear how this work has impacted you, how long you've been connected, what you've gained, would you recommend, all the different things. And I'm excited to hear from you. And that goes for everybody. All right. All of you that have been here and rocking along the journey. I'm done ranting. Who's ready for some Q&A and some processing? All right. Again, I'm going to scroll up a little bit to get some of the questions. I'm going to answer this first question. Is there such a thing? Shout out to Murdy in the building. Is there such a thing as embarrassment in relationships, chasing your dreams in life? Is there such a thing as embarrassment in relationships? Well, I think I want to put it this way, and we got our first request, so I'm gonna answer this and then take that. So I'll say this, man. I think embarrassment is a feeling that we obviously know is real. But I think embarrassment is something, honestly, that we create based off the perception that we think people have of us when doing something that feels unfamiliar. Okay. So, because the same things that you might consider embarrassing, someone else would look at it and be like, nah, that's not embarrassing. Right. It's something different. And that's not to minimize the feelings of embarrassment that one experiences. However, I think the embarrassment more so comes from stories and meanings that we give to situations and how we feel we're going to be perceived by other people as a result. And I think a more freeing perspective that allows us to overcome those feelings of embarrassment is being mindful of what story we're attaching. Because most of the time, the things that we think people are thinking of when they see us do something, they're not thinking. Now that's not to say if you went and did something outlandish, like if you were caught, running around in the street butt naked, right? Like, okay, there are people that got a lot of thoughts to that. But but I think, yeah, the idea of embarrassment, I think more so comes from feelings that we're cultivating, from stories that we're creating, that's found in meanings we're giving to experiences we're having. And I think to really deal with that is just being mindful of what meaning we're attaching to those things. And when you say chasing your dreams in life, I'm curious on where's the connection for you? Embarrassment, chasing your dreams in life. I'm curious on where else you were going with that. I think, and I also think too, there's a good thing as there's such a thing as healthy embarrassment too. That's more so of a me thing. When I say healthy embarrassment, I mean hey, you're a couple, you're going out places, and y'all are just being goofy together, right? She is experienced, she's shy, walking away, feeling embarrassed, you know, uh, stop doing that. I'm not feeling like, smiling and all the things. I think that can be a very cute thing that's developed within a relationship. Something that again deepens connections in various ways. But I do think when it comes to the extremes of embarrassment, I think you want to be mindful of the stories and meanings that you attribute. Because I think that's more so where it comes from. Mike asked this. I broke up with my boyfriend or best friend, something like that. Since he violated my personal space, but why am I the only one hurting? He's so kind and good, but I broke up with him. I think I'm not necessarily too caught up on answering that from a lane of trying to figure out why someone else is hurting less than you. Because I don't know that to be true. And I think sometimes what gives us the evidence that someone is hurting less is by paying attention to their external experiences. Andy, I'm live for a good 90 minutes, maybe 2 hours. Kick it with me. Call up if you have a question. I'm about to answer this and I'm about to get to the calls. Okay. So I just started. You ain't missing out on nothing. I just started. I think sometimes we read into what people are doing and we assume that because they're doing something like dating other people, we assume they moved on. They're posting on their stories and Instagrams. They're smiling, happy, all the things. And here we are, crushed, hurting, crying, can't eat, nauseous, all the things. We assume that that person isn't hurting because, well, there's no evidence that we have that suggests that they're feeling the same way we do. And I would be mindful of that. I think that goes back to the kind of mantra we've, been building up in these lives, experience, meaning, and action. Okay. Travis, we are not going to do that. No, not having that. So I think it's important, the experience, meaning, and action. The experience, right? It's your focus. The life you're experiencing is the one you're focusing on. So there's lack and abundance everywhere. So if we're going to look at this and we're going to say, hey, I could look at this and be like, oh my gosh, they don't care. They never loved me. And we're curious and asking all those questions in our heads. And it's just nonstop thoughts that are running through our minds that we feel like we can't relax and put at ease. Or we can look at the abundance side of things. What went right? What remains? What is good about this situation? Even though it doesn't feel good, what opportunities open up for myself, for the life I want to live, right? For the alignment that I want to live in. Because I think that's a more healthier direction to take. And I think based off that focus, we're then able to create healthier actions. So when you think of the meaning, you think of the story that you're creating, right? Whether that's about yourself, the relationship, how it ended, who they are, did they ever mean it? Was it real? All those questions that are legit. But we also recognize too that we are able to create meanings based off of the experiences we have. And so then that attributes to the actions that we commit, right? Because based on the meaning I might give, actions might follow. And so I think it's important, man, that we're curious enough to say, instead of trying to figure out why this person left, why they're not hurting as much, and all those things, I want you to be mindful that just because they're not showing it in the same way that you are doesn't mean they're not hurting. Just because they're able to share photos, smile, pictures, all the things, dancing in music videos, following them on Snapchat, it doesn't mean that they're not hurting. And consequently, it also doesn't mean that they are hurting, right? But it's people grieve differently. People grieve losses differently. And I think instead of trying to create meaning behind or trying to figure out what they're doing, I think it's awesome to really reflect on how much you were present, right? Like, man, I really enjoy this relationship. I miss it. It hurts. It sucks. And also recognize too that because it hurts and it's painful specifically to your context, because you mentioned, they violated my personal space. So it sounds like you made a decision that you knew was the best decision for you. It just doesn't feel like it because it wasn't what you really wanted to do. It was just based off of this person's continual behavior to disregard something that you set to honor the relationship. And I think just because it hurts doesn't mean it wasn't the right decision. And I think that is something that we're learning to integrate. and grieve the relationship healthily so we can leave it without trying to focus so much on what they're doing, why they're doing it, and why they don't feel like we feel. Because that doesn't necessarily justify it, right? It doesn't fix anything. It's not like, oh, they never loved me, so I can just drop it. No, I think that doesn't change how much you invested into the relationship and how present you were. And I think it's just about being able to grieve that healthily so we can leave it healthily along the way. And I hope that made sense. Awesome question. First caller of the day. Okay. Hope that was helpful and made sense, Mike. Let me know in the chat if it did and if you have other follow-up questions. And Amani, what's happening?
Hey, so I took your
Hey.
advice last time. After like months of dating this guy, you know, then from going from talking every day to then like no contact for weeks, I left some things at his house, including like some things that I really cared about, like stuff for prayer. And this guy was talking about marriage and having kids and the whole thing. And as they call it, like, I just felt like he was a future faker, like somebody that would, promise all these things or talk about all these things to try to get with somebody, but then not really want to follow up and show effort and to do all the things. So I contacted him, like we talked about last time. I was up and I asked for my things back, and I even went to as far as to say like I can send you money for shipping if you want. This guy has a lot of money, so I don't know if that hurt his ego by me saying that, but I just wanted my stuff back, and I just didn't understand why he wouldn't want to, just send it. But weeks went by, and I asked him a few times, and I got to the point where I was just, I think that my ego was hurt, because I just basically told him I'm too pretty for this, like, and I just said I'm too good of a woman to be dealing with this kind of treatment, and I don't really care what you do with the things at this point, like, take care. So do you think that I could have handled it better? Because I I was just really angry and upset at the time.
Yeah, well, what things were you wanting back specifically? Was it like clothes, jackets,
Yeah, it was
something
just like
minuscule?
clothes, things that I bought. Like he didn't give me anything, which, was a clear, like even flowers after months and months,
Mm,
and for somebody that, talks about himself, like, oh, I've got all of this stuff, Lamborghinis, this, and watches that, and $3 million house, and all of this stuff. Like he always was talking about himself. But when it comes to like wanting a relationship, it's like, he didn't even show me that he really cared, and
yeah,
it's about the small things for me. Like
sure.
I'd never asked him for anything, and I wanted to show him that I'm a good woman, so that's why I didn't really require much, especially because it was only like less than 6 months, about 4 or 5 months that we were talking. So I just wanted to give him some time to really show effort, but I couldn't get that far with
Mhm.
him. So I just got to the point where I kind of told him off in a way. I mean, I didn't really mean to tell him off, but I put it like this. I just said I'm too pretty to deal with this. Like I've never really dealt with this kind of thing before with men, in past relationships. I've had pretty good past relationships. So, I just wanted my stuff back at the end of the day, and he couldn't even do that. And I don't know if it's an ego thing or what it is with him, but maybe I could deal with, if I ever get into the situation again, maybe I can try to deal with it in a better way. What do you think?
So, well, okay, well, I'm still trying to figure out when you say that your stuff back, is it stuff you bought him or is it actually your stuff?
Oh, it's actually my stuff.
Ah, got you, got you.
Yeah.
Is it stuff that you feel like you could live without having?
Yeah. I can
Okay,
always buy new stuff.
okay. Yeah, so one, I think, okay, so based off that, then I don't think I think you handled it the best. Well, let me say this. Number one, you handled it the best way you knew how. And I think that is also something to recognize, even if it's in an imperfect manner. Sometimes we can, obviously hindsight 2020. We can always look back and nitpick at things that we probably could have done better. But I do think how you handled it overall was still pretty good.
Okay.
You acknowledged like, hey, wanted to give this a chance, wanted to figure this out. You didn't really show up and put in the effort after all the big game you talked. And so, he was unwilling to ship things, send things, whatever, and so you were willing to let it go, right?
Yeah.
You know, I think it's very semantic if I were to say, like, you know, you probably didn't have to say I'm too pretty for this, but I don't think that's really an issue, because I do think there is a level of
Just sometimes I feel like I forget who I am. Like I try to stay humble and I try to be sweet as possible,
yeah.
when trying to get to know somebody and get into a relationship. But I don't want somebody to treat me badly and like try to think that they can walk all over me or think that their time means more than mine, at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I think you exercise that by walking away,
Yeah.
right? And so that action will always speak louder than words that you might try to come up with to convince them otherwise. And I could tell, right? It was a moment of just reflecting, like, hold up, like I know who I am, I know what I can do, I know who I can be. And on top of that, I'm a 10 out of 10 out here in these streets. So
Yeah.
like I'm not gonna sit here and settle for this kind of behavior, knowing the type of person I am and who I want to be, and more importantly, what I want in my relationship. So I think you handled that
I mean, I want to
healthily.
be the best that I can be for the right person. You know what I
Absolutely.
mean? And I want to give
Absolutely.
it 110%, but I can't go 110% for somebody that's giving me 10%,
There you
that's giving
go.
me less than the bare minimum. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I agree. I think what you realize from this experience is that um, you can't expect gallon sized pour ins from pint capacities, right?
Right.
When you think about a gallon compared to a pint, obviously it's a massive difference. You can hold more, but you can also give more. And to be honest, it's not to say that he could not have given more. It's not to say he could not have given and shown up better. We just realized that for the wrong people, we realize end up having to force them to give something that either they don't want to give or they don't have capacity to give.
Yeah.
And so sometimes, honestly, what's the healthier decision is to recognize that and walk away. And
Yeah.
it sounds like you did that and you honored that.
I mean, some of
And
his family members too, like
mhm,
just to add, they like some of the girls are really known like bad girls. They call themselves influencers, but they actually do a lot of bad things and expect a lot from men, if you know what I mean.
yeah.
Birkin bags and the whole thing. And I was just asking for my stuff back, like
Mhm.
I never asked him for anything. So I just felt like, wow, like, your family members are doing all of this stuff and you talk so much about how you don't like women that are like that, and I'm sitting over here and I'm expecting the bare minimum and you can't even give me that,
Yeah.
so that really hurt.
Yeah. Where do you feel like you are with everything now?
I just feel
Mentioning
like I deserve better.
mm,
That's where I'm at with it, and I don't want to like be bitter or carry this type of energy into the next relationship because I know everybody's different. But I definitely don't want to be in this type of predicament again.
yeah, I definitely feel that. Can I offer you so I actually have like certain systems and different programs, even to this extent, that actually will help you not to repeat it again. But more importantly, to actually like let it go. Do I have permission to send that to you?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, I would love to send that to you. It's a document. You'll kind of see all that it looks like, and what's
Thank
necessary
you.
for you to get into that. It's like a whole kit bundle that I kind of put together for a really low price too. That I would love for you to have. But I think managing the opportunity, I'll say this much, putting yourself in position to where this isn't something that you experience again in the future, um, is going to start with obviously being in a place where you can emotionally and mentally let this experience go from a healthy lens. Because there was a lot that you wanted out of it, you invested into it. And the truth is, when we are people who want to experience healthy love, and you hear the term all the time, lover boy, lover girl, all that kind of stuff. Um, the people who are legitimately walking like that, it takes a lot.
Yeah, I
from the
mean, I
get.
just want to be like a good woman to a
Yeah,
good man, and I want to give as much, I want to pour into somebody as much as they're pouring into me. And,
there you go.
there's a lot of women that are online, like somebody mentioned in the comments, this Shira girl that speaks about, expecting all of this stuff from men and not having a healthy relationship and a healthy love with somebody. And I don't believe in that. I do believe that, you can work and build with somebody in the right way and love them for all the right reasons.
And I want you to keep that. I want you to keep that. I want you to honor that heart that you're carrying towards it, because that's healthy.
Thank you.
And it makes a massive difference for the right person who not only shows they have the capacity to receive what you're giving, but out of genuine love, because of what you're giving, wants to respond and will respond healthily, um, to what you give and who you are. And it'll be something that actually creates a form of stability for you. I can tell by your, I'm listening to you, of course. Your heart gesture is in such a beautiful place, and it is something to treasure and to honor and to continue building on. And we don't want this experience to be what gets the privilege of defining what's available for you, um, and who ultimately you have permission and the ability to be for the right person.
Yeah.
And we're going to get you straight in that direction with the document I'll send you and what
Thank you.
really, really is available for you to move on from there. One last thing. Well, first off, is there any other questions?
Oh,
Do you
no.
feel like that was helpful?
Yeah, that definitely was helpful.
Yeah. Okay. And I want you to keep this with you too. Last thing I'll say, and then I'll get to the very last thing. So one last statement, and then the very last thing. I've said it all the time here. Rejection is either about preference or preparation, right? They either prefer something different than you, or they're not prepared for you. And I think a key difference in knowing if they're prepared for you or if they just don't prefer you is when you, well, I think a mixture of both. Let me not say one or the other, but I think it could be a mixture of both, but it doesn't really reflect who you are or who you are not, right? Based off of how they respond. But I think a good indication of potential both is when you show up as authentically as you can be, loving as consistently as you can be, and the response that you're getting isn't something that's flowing from abundance. It's really coming from a place of lack based off of how the other person is responding, right? They're not responding at all, stalemate, stagnant, um, constantly in places of confusion or leaving you in confusion. And I think that's always a good indicator, um, especially when you're moving authentically, that you did what you knew how to do and you did it healthily. And their response is just saying to you where they're at, not who you are not.
Yeah.
And I want you to keep that with you, as you're moving forward. I would love, okay, I know you've been a part of these lives and things like that. You heard the whole rant in the beginning. I would love a testimonial from you. I would love
Thank
to
you.
just listen to exactly how you feel like these sessions and things like that have been helpful for you, live or just what you've learned from the content. Send me a video. Send me a video. And if I can get your commitment to that, I'll actually give out a discounted session to someone in the chat. Um, and so let me see what code I want to put that on. Um, if anyone puts testimonial in the chat, they'll actually get a free sponsored session based on your testimonial that you'll send. Can I get your commitment?
Yeah, I think I will be able to do that.
Hey, let's go. All right. So if anybody who types testimonial in the chat, what you'll get is a sponsored session. Obviously, everybody who gets that, you're available for that sponsor session. I'll do a whole raffle, and by the end of the call, we'll figure out who gets it. All right. So I'm excited. Let's do it, and I'll send you this message here after this live. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, the document.
Yeah, I'll send the document. You'll get that, and in the meantime, I'm looking forward to hearing your testimonial.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. Take it easy.
Yeah, you too.
Hey man, put a one in the chat for Amani. We've been having conversations over the last few weeks now. She's been processing this. I think she's handling it really, really well. And it makes a difference. Makes a difference. Especially again, when you have somebody on your side, man, who's able to see some things from some different advantage points and perspectives to help you walk through some of the muddy waters of dating. I think dating becomes a lot more healthier and a lot easier to manage and to deal with. Okay. And so, hey, everybody who puts testimonial in the comment section is going to be able to enter my little raffle here. And winner will get a sponsored session. Thanks to Amani for her testimonial that she'll drop in the DM or send the email to. Okay. Neverly, hope she gets her stuff back. Oh, yeah. No, I hear you. And I want to comment on that too. She was in here. I didn't mention it. I think that is such a beautiful thing, man, too. I think really to be able to look at it and say, hey, I can get stuff back. Right. It's not that big of a deal. I definitely think that shows also a really good sign of abundance as well. Because I know I've talked to people numerous of times who have really made big deals about not being able to get things back from someone that they may have given or left at a particular place with who they were dealing with. And sometimes that stuff can get messy, and sometimes unnecessarily. But especially when you're looking at it and you're saying, hey, really, in all honesty, these are very minuscule things. I can recover them. It's not an issue. Um, it really, I think, shows also another layer of abundance too, to be able to be okay in spite of things not going your way or people just choosing not to respond, give something back, all the things, and just being able to let that go. And sometimes it can look like, wow, they got an upper hand, right? Sometimes it can look like, wow, I'm really like it could almost feel like, okay, I'm letting this person walk over me. But y'all, I think we have to learn how to pick our battles wisely. Like, imagine going through the rest of your life constantly trying to determine or convince other people that they can't have an advantage over you. You are outnumbered. There's so many people out here on social media and beyond who will troll you, who will test you, who will try you in every direction, and you can't fight them all. Like, you legitimately just don't have enough energy to fight them off and fight them all to convince them that they can't walk over you. And I think that's why some of the best decisions you could do in order to show that they don't have that type of power is by walking away, not by trying to defend yourself, not by trying to, go on a whole tangent, busting windows out the car and putting sneaker boss in gas tanks and slashing tires and going on social media rants and posting to your close friends only to add that person you're being passive aggressive to. Like, there's just so many other ways to handle it in a healthy way. And I think when you're able to leave without causing drama, you're stepping further into lanes of security. When you're able to leave without drama, you're stepping further into lanes of security because you realize that the feeling of them getting the upper hand on you isn't really what's happening. It's more so the story we're creating that we're giving legs to from the emotions we're experiencing regarding leaving. And we're making the right decision and walking away. All right. And so, yeah, I hope that was helpful. The extra large is next. Yo,
Yo, what's up?
what's happening, man? I appreciate your time for calling in. How can I help?
Okay, so I've known this girl for about 2 years now, and about August of last year, we started to get pretty serious. She was talking about me coming over and meeting her. She lived about 2 to 3 hours away, and I was in the middle of school, having to bring my mom back and forth between like where I live in Houston for cancer treatments, so I didn't have time to go see her. So I'd finally had some time in December, and she had told me that she was having anxiety attacks and that she didn't want me to see her like that. Fast forward a little bit to this February, she starts texting me again. She's a lot more flirty. She's coming on a lot stronger. And I had asked her out in August 17th, if we can go out, we can date, if I can take her out on a date. And she had said yes. And then she had left abruptly for a month and said that she's had a boyfriend for 4 months and she doesn't know how to tell me because she didn't want to lose me because she still wants me in her life.
What's your question?
So I'm wondering if it's even worth continuing as a friendship the way that she wants to, or if it's just better for me to get rid of her completely and walk away from everything.
Yeah, I think, man, if you're asking me personally, and if I were in your shoes, I wouldn't continue even a friendship. And I think that her behavior in that moment says a lot about her character, lack thereof, or, and again, not to even try to make this out to be like a poo poo session on anybody, but I just think you learn a lot about people's character and integrity or lack thereof from things like that. Um, I want you to think about this. She was so afraid of losing whatever it was she was creating in her mind about you that she was willing to disregard a committed relationship that she was in or that she signed up to be in order to create this facade that y'all had a chance. Now, I'm gonna be so honest. If she's willing to go that far to do things to keep people in her life or to force things in her life that don't need to be in there, how can we justify a friendship? How can we justify a connection in that where we've already seen where her integrity and character meter stands? And that goes for anyone. And I'm a big fan. Of course, when it comes to building friendships with people, um, you know, being honest, being, integrity filled. Your character says a whole lot. What you do when people aren't, what you say and what you do even when people aren't around, right? Obviously paying attention to how other people speak about you, speak to you, speak, and all those kind of things in private or in public. When actions don't align with words, okay, like there's going to be misalignment. Just from a biblical perspective, of course, that's kind of a highlight here, and I know you're not asking for that, but I just think of this perspective where how can two walk together except they be agreed, right? And it's not from a place of us agreeing on everything, so we're both each other's yes men. But I can't even walk in agreement with you when I notice how you handle the heart of other people, because at some point you're going to do my heart the same way. I'm not exempt because I'm somebody that you think you feel like you have a future with. If she was willing to do that to somebody she's in a committed relationship, she's going to be willing to do that to you at some point. And that's not to even spark fear. That's just to show the reality that, one, we get what we tolerate. So if there's never a response, a boundary, a setup that honors the relationships we desire, people will constantly walk over that. But then two, um, it's just also showing that, man, when we see the little that we get from people, I think it's only fair to assume that we're going to receive more of it down the line. And it's always about us being able to reflect on it and ask, hey, do I have the capacity to support this? And capacity isn't necessarily always determined by what I have room for legitimately. Sometimes it's like, do I even want? Like, do I want to actually make room for this? And I think in that case, man, I don't think it makes sense to want it. And I think this is a healthy time to be able to grieve that relationship and maybe what you wanted from it, in order to leave it healthily. And that would be my thoughts. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I guess I'm just in the process of, I'm losing someone I spent 6 to 8 hours with every
Yep.
day while I was doing homework,
Yep.
and then on the side talking to them and doing stuff with them, and then them having dig into my interests.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's a part of it, a lot of different investments emotionally into things. And that can also be a place that kind of, not saying it muddies the water, but especially when it comes to making hard decisions of letting go of someone based off their behaviors. We think about how much we've invested, how much we connected. 6 to 8 hours on the phone, that is a lot of time. But man, I think it's something that gives us an opportunity to be able to look at ourselves from a place of alignment. What do I actually desire in relationships and in friendships, man? Friendships aren't just something we just want to have racks of. We don't want to just have plenty of people to have access to us. No, I'm very mindful. Like, I told a client the other day, not the other day, I want to say a few weeks ago, my contact list, y'all would be embarrassed. Not embarrassed. I think y'all, that's the wrong term. Y'all would be shocked at the contacts I have in my phone that easily could be smaller too. And I'm just a firm believer, man, that not everybody deserves access to me, intimate access to me. And because I have the ability to choose who I want as friends and who I want in my life, I'm going to choose based off of character, integrity, consistencies, people that I feel like I can genuinely trust in season, because I know not all relationships are supposed to last forever, but as seasons are present, I definitely want to invest in the right people, because I know that they have the capacity not just to invest in me, but honestly to honor one another, right, in the best of ways. And yeah, I just think you learn a lot about people by what they don't say no to, um, and some things that they're willing to push to the side to make room for certain things, because I think eventually you'll see it in your in the connection with you. So don't want to beat on the dead horse, but sounds like you're getting it, and I appreciate you a ton.
Thank you, thank you. It's been a
Yeah.
lot helpful than someone else I tried asking about today.
Oh, really? What did they say? I'm curious.
Uh, they said that she was a dumb twat and that I need a
Oh
man
man.
up
Oh man.
and stop being so insensitive about it. But it's like, it
Nah.
happened a little bit over a week ago now
Yeah. Yeah.
when she
Yeah.
dropped that on me.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I'm glad you called in, man. I'm glad you called in. There's just a lot of crazy stuff out here, man. So I appreciate you calling in, man, and trusting me enough to process with you. If you have other questions, man, feel free to reach out as you're processing. I'm one message away, and ask him in the chat as well.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, I appreciate your time. Take it easy. Hey, man, put a one in the chat for the extra large. Was that helpful to anybody else who was listening? Listen, I want to pull this out because I know I got more callers. I got more callers, and we're gonna go in line here. Starting with Smiley Face, then Austin, I believe, Saray, No Name Needed, and then Eco. Okay, so I got you guys coming up. I want to put this in this conversation. Okay, this is really, really dope. I believe this is Psalm 101. Again, even if you don't necessarily find yourself as like, um, you know, believing in the Bible and all those things. Again, my job is not to force you to believe the same things I do. Okay. In this space, you can feel seen, heard, loved, and understood, even if we don't fully agree. 4 out of the 5 ain't bad. Okay. And I 4 out of the 5 ain't bad, but I want you to hear this. Okay. Because this is something that I think is really important when it comes to your character and just considering the people that you allow in your life. It doesn't matter to what degree, if it's business partnerships, if it's romantic relationships, if it's familial connect. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? All this stuff really comes across. Okay. And so I want you to check this out. This is Psalm 102 or 101. This is verse 2 through verse 8. Sure. I will be careful to live a blameless life. When will you come to help me? I will lead a life of integrity in my own home. I will refuse to look at anything vile and vulgar. I hate all who deal crookedly. I will have nothing to do with them. I will reject perverse ideas, stay away from every evil. Okay. I will not tolerate people who slander their neighbors. I will not endure conceit and pride. I will search for faithful people to be my companions. Only those who are above reproach will be allowed to serve me. Okay. I will not allow deceivers to serve in my house, and liars will not stay in my presence. My daily task will be to ferret out the wicked and free the city of the Lord from their grip. So I want you to pay attention to some of this stuff. Okay. So I will be careful to live a blameless life. Okay. What is a blameless life? That doesn't mean I'm just so perfect. I have no issues, no flaws, right? A blameless life doesn't mean that I'm never at fault. I'm always right, and I'm never the issue. Okay. And if you read that into the text, you're in trouble. But a blameless life is a life that's filled with honesty, peace. Okay. There's no duality. Okay. When I'm not living a life of duality, you know what I'm saying? Like who you see me as on this screen and in this live I guarantee is the same person you're going to encounter IRL. Guaranteed. Like it's almost going to be like, wow, you really are real. It's like, yeah, no, this is in the game. We do this for real. Right. So there's no duality. Who I am privately is who I showed myself to be publicly. There's consistency. All right. I will lead a life of integrity. Realize how all of these perspectives are first starting with you, not you waiting for somebody else to do that to give yourself permission to do it for you. No, I'm choosing to live a life of integrity. I'm choosing to live a life of honesty, peace, no duality. Okay. I'm choosing to refuse to look at anything vile and vulgar, right? So I'm mindful of my entry gates. I'm mindful of what I see. I'm mindful of what I listen to. I'm mindful of who I give my time and attention. I'm mindful of who has access to me and who's close to me and who's in proximity to me, right? My yes is awesome. So is my no, right? My no is just as quick and dope as my yes. Like that's just what it's going to be. Okay. I hate all who deal crookedly. Okay. I will have nothing to do with them. So I'm paying attention to the life and behaviors of other people. Right. So I'm choosing a healthy circle because healthy circles produce healthy relationships. So dealing crookedly, I'm seeing you sly and move around other people and disregard other people, minimize it. At some point, again, as we said at the last call, you're going to do that to me. It's not out of the realm of possibility that there's a chance how you're treating them, you're going to come back around. So I pay attention to how you treat people you don't need. I pay attention to how you treat people, who really don't really have any impact to what you're doing or what you're building. They need you more than you need them. How do you handle that? That's very important to me, right? When it comes to rejecting perverse ideas, staying from every evil, I will not tolerate people who slander their neighbors. I will not endure conceit and pride. Okay. So how others speak of others says a lot about them. Right. So when y'all go on dates, when y'all engage with people, friendships, romantic, anything in between. So instead of focusing so much on smaller things, and again, that can be things that you point out just because that's where your mind goes first. There's nothing wrong with that. But I want you to add to the list a little bit, not to make it a rule of legalities, but like, yo, how are they treating that waitress? How are they treating that waiter? How are they treating somebody when they show up and they give them a compliment passing by? Right? How do they treat other people around them? Right? You can't just be the only person they treat well, but everybody else they treat like trash. At some point, you're gonna see that too. Okay. When you live in honesty, you're calling things for what it is. I'm not sugarcoating. I'm not living a life trying to make you comfortable or feeling like it's my responsibility to make you emotionally comfortable. My job is to be honest. So I'm going to call it what it is. And if you don't like what I have to say, don't ask. Of course, I can always find a way to say it lovingly. I don't have to say it rude, disrespectfully, distastefully, calling names, minimizing. But I'm very careful of that. All right. And then finally, when it comes to the idea of living above reproach. Okay. So if it even looks like this could be interpreted as something negative and nasty and out of my lane, I probably shouldn't even be in that realm. Right. So if one of the things that I've learned to do, here's like living above reproach. Here's a great example. All right. So for me, I set boundaries with clients that I have. Right. So you have access to me because you're joining programs, you're locked in. I don't send messages to clients past a specific time at night, 11 p.m., 11:30 p.m. Central Time. Right. I don't send messages past that time because I don't want anything to come off as if like this is like we just here to kick it. I don't even want it to come off as if like, oh, he just kind of out there wilding with his kind of like, no, no. Emails, messages. I'll put it out and I'll type it out, but it'll be scheduled to be sent in the morning. Right. So it's like there's boundaries and things like that. And again, a boundary, not necessarily saying that they can't send me a message because there's stuff my clients are going through in the midnight hour and their minds are going crazy. But they know, hey, I'm probably not going to respond until the morning. But that doesn't stop you from sending a message. My boundary is a discipline I'm choosing to stick with regardless of external behavior, not something that I'm putting in front of me to keep you from reaching me. It's something designed for me to remain disciplined to what I have set up. So you can send the message. I'm just not going to respond. You know why I'm not going to respond, and I'll respond the following day. All will be well. And I trust that if it's a direct, like huge emergency, you'll call 911. I'm confident in that. right? And so I think that's really just some examples, processing, just walking through some of that, right? Be mindful of who has access to you. Be mindful of who's connected to you. We pay attention to those things. And if they did it to them, it can only be a matter of time before they might do it to you. And if I can see more of it here, then, you know, it's a good chance I'm going to see more of it later. So I hope that made sense as we walk through that. Put a one in the chat if that was helpful. I'm still taking calls. Smile, LOL. Be sure to get in line.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good.
Awesome. What can I help you with today? What's going on?
So I had been dating this guy for like a year and like a couple months. And there was like things during that time, because like I'm Korean and he's Mexican. So there's a lot of like clashing things that happened. And he like attributed it to like mindset, cultural differences, all these things, right? And the reason why we broke up is because my dog had passed away. And I called him and I asked him to be there for me, and he couldn't check on me. So I was like, because he didn't know like that she had died, but I had called her because I was the one that found her. So I had called him. I was like, oh my God, I think she's dead. And I think even if I told you that, the first thing that you'd want to do is like check on me, right? I don't know. It was just confusing. I was like, even if you didn't know that she was dead, the fact that I even found my dog like that, I would think out of the kindness of your heart, you would want to respond or like see how I am doing. And I just told him, I was like, I feel like you say that you care about me, you say that you love me, but in times that I really, really need you, you're not there. And I was like, I didn't even, because he was like in another city. And I was like, I'm not even asking you to come all the way back home. I'm just asking you to just check on me and see if I'm doing okay. And I'm like, the fact that you can't even do that is kind of crazy. So it was just frustrating. And then we had a conversation because he came over to get his stuff. And he told me that he was like exhausted by the relationship, exhausted by the arguments, and that he needed 6 months to a year to determine if we could try again. But I'm like, I don't want to wait for that.
Yeah. So what would you say is your question?
Like, I feel like he's just doing it so that he can still have access to me without like having any commitment. And I feel like, should I be open to that or should I just let it go?
Yeah. So 6 months to a year is what he said he needed to decide on what he wanted with you.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you a question. Hypothetically speaking, if you applied for a job and they responded to you with, "Hey, we like your resume, but you know, we gonna need about like 6 months to a year to decide if we really want you to be a part of our program or a part of our department." Do you wait for them, or do you continue looking for other jobs?
Just continue looking for other jobs.
Okay. Let's say you played sports and your favorite sport was basketball. Shout out to the NBA finals going on. And you tried out for a team and it was like, "Hey, we like your skill set. You're a great shooter. You can defend the basketball, all the things. But you know, listen, man, we're actually going to take about 6 to 12 months to decide if we really want you here. Because we just don't know yet." Do you feel like that gives you permission to stick around and stay? Or do you feel like that gives you permission to leave and look elsewhere?
Leave and look elsewhere.
Okay. I think you're getting the picture, but I just want to do it one more time. If you did an honest day work, you worked hard, you did a lot of labor, and it comes time to collect, and they said, "Hey, we appreciate your work. We appreciate you showing up. We appreciate you doing all these things. But listen, you know, I really want to break the news to you that your check really won't be coming for the next 6 to 12 months. Like we kind of don't know if we really want to pay you for the work that you did. We're still thinking on it. But nonetheless, we appreciate you for your work. Do you feel encouraged to keep working there, or do you feel like you should leave and go elsewhere?
Leave and go elsewhere.
Do you see the trend here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I really think that it could be very possible that this person is thinking on a lot of things and processing a lot of things. I don't know. I don't know them, but I think because this is something you mentioned you don't want, and you don't want to wait that long. You don't want to put yourself in that position. I think it makes sense to, make the decision to walk away and realize that maybe this distance is designed to give you clarity on what is there, what you desire, and what makes sense for you most in the future for relationships you really want to cultivate and build. And I think there's a difference between waiting on a return of investment and then simply waiting because you're addicted to almost being chosen.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm waiting on a return of investment, that means that not only I'm depositing something into this person, but I'm also seeing progress and signs that they're growing and coming around to depositing that same thing into me, right? If I'm deposit for a return of investment, think of a gardener. I plant a seed, I water it, I cultivate the soil, all the things, and I'm going to begin seeing that seed sprout. There's a response, right? Compared to someone else who's like, yeah, no, I'm just kind of waiting around, and I hope that they get it together, but there's no signs of them actually putting action to get it together. Then I think what we're running into is just choosing to stick around and hope that things change without any actual evidence, and we kind of replay it, stick around, and nothing really comes out of it. And it's not to say that the whole experience that you have with this person was bad. I just think, allow this to be distance that's given, and refocus on your values, refocus on what you desire most in relationships. That gives you room to be able to see, hey, one, this probably doesn't even make sense. And then two, what do you need in order to experience a more long-term, longevity, healthy relationship that may want to result in marriage, if that's what you desire. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely, my pleasure. Was that on a what am I trying to ask? On a scale of 1 to 10, how helpful would you say that was? And if you have other questions, feel free to drop it in the chat.
I think that was very helpful. And I think that because I feel like a lot of people in my life are trying to tell me to like quickly grieve, like, oh, forget him, he's so stupid.
No.
But it's like not, people are not seeing it like the way I'm seeing it. So it's like frustrating.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I am not a fan of like, now again, there's a world where you can quickly let go of something, but not everybody's there. Not everybody responds in that same way. And it is okay for you to take time to grieve the relationship, what you wanted, what you desired, what you expected, and what you experienced. It was very real to you, and it is important to allow that to breathe. If you wanna cry and eat ice cream, cry and eat ice cream. You know what I'm saying? Like if you want to listen to I don't know, Olivia Dean and sit there and just kind of feel all that, do it. And just allow those emotions to pass, because I think in order for us to leave something healthily, we want to give ourselves time to grieve it. And that doesn't necessarily come with a specific timetable, but we do know it's not supposed to last forever. It won't. There's 5 stages to grief, and ultimately we're trying to get to acceptance. Acceptance says, I don't like it, and I'm okay with it. And when you really are at acceptance, you don't go back to places of anger, shock, bargaining, constantly asking why, what if, even places of sadness, because you wouldn't really have a reason to hold those emotions anymore, because you see what it is and you've come to full acceptance of it. But be in the present. Be in the present, and just allow those emotions to flow. And I actually do have something that I could send you that could be really, really important next steps. I have like a whole kit and a bundle that I would love to give to you. It's in a document for you to check out what's inside and how you can get it. Could I send that to you?
Yes.
Okay. I'll definitely send that your way. I think it could be helpful. So any other questions?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. I appreciate you trusting me to process it with you. We'll talk soon, okay?
Okay.
Hey, put a 1 in the chat if y'all thought that was helpful. Sometimes it can be just that simple. Sometimes it can be just that simple. On one hand, I'm a believer that when a healthy man knows what he wants, is intentional about what he wants, and is not going to sit around and wait, right, for those things to show up. And I just posted a video earlier today, earlier today, really, literally. Hey, if you're interested in contacting me, again, hit that up there, or send me a secure message in the DMs to get you access to my secure program. Also, if you guys are interested in getting your attachment style quiz or taking a free relational diagnostic, that is at the link at the top of my page. Be sure to check that out. And going to continue to take calls here. I just posted a video earlier this morning where I said men set the tone, women set the temperature. Men set the tone, women set the temperature. When men set the tone, it's like going to your thermostat in your home and setting the temperature to the ceiling it's supposed to reach. You like your house on 68 degrees, you like your house on 70 degrees, you like your house on 72 degrees, 75 degrees, whatever. That's the tone. And then the temperature is easily what is reflecting the tone that is set, so that the home ultimately warms up or adjusts to the height of the temperature, the ceiling of the temperature in the home. When a man is leading, first of all, I want y'all to understand this. A man is always leading. It's just a matter of where he's leading you. When I say a man is always leading, that doesn't necessarily mean he's leading in a healthy way. I'm just saying he's going somewhere, even if where he's going is nowhere. The question is, how do I deal with that? Right? And so here's the thing. Men, as we set the tone, trust when I tell you that the lady that you're courting, dating, married to, building a life with is ultimately going to reflect that set and that tone. So if you're leading with a tone of passive aggressiveness, shutting down, avoidance, laziness, guess what? She, as a response, is going to, one, match that, or two, step into her masculinity, because right now there's a cloud of confusion. And because there's a cloud of confusion, survival instincts kick in. And so she's fighting for her life, can't breathe, and you're no help. Or you're going to set the tone of clarity, instruction, direction. And guess what? She's going to feel the permission to match that energy and feel she can rest in her femininity where she feels most safe with you. I don't think a lot of men realize this. And I've had the privilege of counseling couples and individuals and sharing some of these things. But when it comes to conversations of masculine and feminine energy, which I do think is a very prevalent thing, when a woman is naturally very emotional and very soft to the touch and is indecisive and, is sporadic everywhere, for some women, that is just how they're operating. And especially when it comes to relationship with the man that she's in, can I tell you that actually is a sign of safety? That's a sign of safety, because she can come to you and rest in you knowing that you can detangle the tangling happening in her mind that is just going everywhere. That's a form of safety, that she's able to sometimes just move in the feminine energy that can be reactive and not feel punished for it. And at the same time, feel as though he's here and he's not leaving. And at the same time, what's the responsibility for the woman in moving in a healthy femininity is to move in self-control, because that is a core principle for both healthy masculine and feminine energy. So even though you have moments where your emotions, you're overwhelmed and a lot of things happen, we what we're not saying is that you get the privilege of being so reactive that you don't have to be integral, that you don't have to be mindful of the words you speak, that you don't have to be mindful of the behaviors you exhibit. All of that plays a role. But realize that when she's safe, she feels like she could cry in your arms all day and nothing be wrong. She's just satisfied here. That's a form of safety, fellas. And I think that should always be a reflection of the tone that you're setting, because without the tone you're setting, she wouldn't feel safe enough to be able to do that. That's good talking right there, Sean. I'm doing the best I can. Okay, doing the best I can. I hope that made sense. Put a one in the chat if it did. I got a long line here. I appreciate y'all a ton. All right. So we did that. We're going Austin next. Saray. So you guys hang with me. Okay. Pretty long line. I may not get to you all, but listen, even in the event of not getting to you all, I still have room on my books to work with you. Okay. So here's the thing. If you have found value in my content, okay, this is actually how I want you to book your free session, by the way. This is for the live. If you have benefited from my content, you've been a part of my lives, you've called in, you've had questions answered, and you felt they were really helpful and impactful for your relationships and your life, hey, do me a favor. I want a testimonial from you, video or written. Okay, I would prefer video, but if the only exception is, hey, you're uncomfortable with being on camera, cool. I'm not going to force you. Do a written testimonial. I would love to hear from you. Okay, type it in the chat, or not in the chat, but in the DM or out on an email. Okay, you can go to my email. It's in the top of my page, coachseanwalker@gmail.com, or you can just send me a DM. Okay, with the video recorded. All right, 1 to 5 minutes. And just tell me, hey, what are some of the things that you've learned most from being connected here? How has this work impacted you? Would you recommend this to other people? Okay, all the things. And I would love to, honesty only. You don't got to gas me up. All right. But again, if you feel like it's genuinely been impacting you and it just flows out like that, cool. Awesome. Honesty only. Send that to me. If you send that to me and I get a testimonial from you, I'm going also follow up that testimonial. Okay. Whether it's a video, a link to the video, if you upload it to YouTube as unlisted or something along those lines, to share a link, Google Drive to share a link. Okay. I want you to follow up with the keyword testimonial, and then I'll be able to get you the Calendly link. It's only live for this time. Okay. So when this live goes off, I'll give an additional 10-minute grace period. All right. For some of y'all to finish up, get it in, all the things. But if you send that message, you send the testimonial, and then you send the keyword testimonial, I'll get you the link. Okay. To book your free session on the house. Okay. And Amani, shout out to her. She is turning in her testimonial. And so that also is giving y'all an opportunity to get a discounted session. So those who comment to testimonial at the time, I'll be able to come back and get you guys what you need. Okay. All right. With that being said, next caller, shout out to Austin in the building. I appreciate y'all's patience, man. Everybody has stuck around in these calls. I know it's a huge line. I'm gonna get to as many as I can. My guy Austin, how are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, man. I saw your message, bro. I gotta hear how that came about, and remind me of our conversation too. I know it was something I remember bits and pieces of it, but remind me of some of the conversation we were sharing.
So like we were on the verge of divorce. I'm still not in the house still, but I'm still living through hotels and my truck and stuff like that, which I'm fine with. I'm getting by. And so we got in a huge argument. Yeah, we got in a huge argument, and it got physical, and then I left the premise. So a lot of stuff has happened in this past couple since last I talked to you. I'm still kind of, I guess I guess my question is,
Okay, wait, you cut out.
distant.
You cut out.
So I'm trying to be distant because, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Repeat your question.
Say, because what I said, I'm trying to lead, but at the same time be distant, so I can't really do that. Because
Mm-hmm.
if I go back to how it was, I feel like things are going to stay the same.
Okay.
And another guy that was in one of their lives, because I would ask him, I was like, so why is my wife always so hot and cold? He's like, because you're hot and cold. I was like, you know what? I'm personally attacked because that's true. A
Mm.
lot of times I would be hot and cold, and like you just said, like they feed off of our energy.
Mm-hmm.
Hot and cold, and I am think about her because
Okay, you're cutting
I
out.
want to remarry you.
Okay,
Can you
there
hear
we go. I can hear you now.
me? Let
You
me see if
mentioned
I switch.
remarrying.
Can
That
you
was
hear
the
me?
message. I can hear you.
I,
Yep.
yeah, I told her that I still want the divorce. Marry you. So I want to start from a fresh slate, build a foundation, but I don't want what we used to have in our old relationship.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
and then since she's been talking to me here and more, she still throws like the jabs of what, but I understand that she's still hurting.
Mm-hmm.
That's not good. And man up to what I did and be there for her and be present for her. But at the same time, I'm like, she's still going to be so dependent on me that she's not going to know what she's missing. Like, because a part of this is like you have to have your presence be missed, I guess. And so I'm
Yeah.
like conflicted on should I go because she even her kids had graduation today and she even invited me. And so I went and she wore the rings that there's 3 rings that I got her, like 2 bands and the engagement ring.
And you're saying she wore them.
So I yeah, that kind of got me in my feels a little bit, but
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
so there's like these other little moments of like glimmer of hope, but at the same time, I'm like extremely doubtful.
Yeah. Um, so when you mentioned earlier that it's kind of hard to kind of lead, obviously when you're at a distance, which makes sense. And I think it's also, again, that's why I say things like that. And of course, there's nuance depending on the situation, the encounter, the experience, all the things. Um, I think it's important, man. As you're navigating this space, obviously you took some time, man. What would you say you came together on a values list that you felt was helpful or reflective on what you're really looking for within relationships, and if this fits?
Yeah, it checks majority of the boxes.
Okay.
That I would say it gives me the comfort to still try to fight for it,
Yeah. Yeah.
but at the same time, like there's still hurt, and hurt is always going to make itself present, and it's my job to help, I guess, get rid of the hurt, even though I know it's going to take a while.
Yeah, the hurt is there. Well, and I'll say this, man. I'll say this. I don't necessarily want you to carry it as if it's your job to relieve the hurt. Um, because at the same time of us recognizing that as men we have the privilege of setting the tone, there's also the part of the woman setting the temperature. There's also the part, here's the beautiful piece of that conversation, as all the ladies might come in the chat and clock the tea, um, so to speak. What's also important is that women in terms of encountering and growing with the man also have to learn that they have a role too in giving the man grace to set that tone and set that tone in a healthy way that might be very different than what he's used to. Doesn't mean he can't. He's just also trying to grow and process and figure that out. And so, as much
Yeah,
as, again, there's a tone that's required to be set, right? You were hot and cold. So clearly
yeah,
that's what's reflecting in the relationship. We can be honest about that. We can take accountability for that and responsibility for that, right?
yeah,
Um,
Yes, yes,
we
extreme.
also recognize too that if this is a relationship that's going to work, it doesn't mean I need to take forever to find the tone. It just means I need to continue building that confidence to keep that tone that I'm looking to set. And building that confidence is just showing up consistently.
Yeah,
Being sure that I'm remaining aligned in my values and showing up in the healthiest way, with what's given. And so part of I don't want you to carry the responsibility of feeling like, okay, now I have to be the one to alleviate the hurt, because truth is she has to be the one to let go of it, but she will let go of it with the more consistency you show up in and stability
yes,
you're able to
yes,
show up in, right? So again, it plays both roles, but at the end of the day, she has to be the one when the consistency is there to like, oh, okay, so I can start letting this down more. And so, really, a big part for you, with this transition, and if this is again something truly you guys are wanting to reconnect and rebuild on, it's gonna come with obviously its challenges. I don't want you to feel like it's supposed to be easy from here. I think there's a great chance that you see some other things as you guys are reconnecting and rebuilding this, but it's important, man, that we continue building in a regulated format. We stay regulated as men in terms of our emotions, breathing through things, not being reactive. That's easier said than done. Takes intentional repetitions to grow in that. But I think the more we give ourselves time to grow in that, the lighter and easier experiencing this will be. Not because the external situations change, but because your perspective on them changed. Um, and so I do want to validate in a way, like the hurt is still there, and the hesitancy is still there because I don't know, right? This is kind of like tiptoeing back into some waters, and I
yeah,
don't want to go back to what it was. But
yeah.
this is the
That's kind of where I'm at.
yeah, the beauty in this though is realizing that that hesitancy that's there, of course that's going to be there. I don't want you to feel like it's not supposed to be there. I want you to embrace it. I also want you to recognize that by embracing it, this is giving you leverage to realize, okay, I don't want it to go back to what it was. And because I have the ability and awareness to change where it was to where I want it to be, let me start looking at leading in that direction behaviorally, repetitively, right?
Yeah,
And I think you making that daily decision through the smallest of acts. We're not here to put the S on our chest and save the whole entire marriage, right? It takes two. Can't just be you,
yeah,
right? But
yeah,
with every little decision, right? I want you to start focusing in on those and valuing those more, right? Learning more and more, just being curious of not just responses, but how can you show up in the best way to serve, help, and build on this relationship in a healthy way. And when you hear that and she's able to communicate that, show up in those ways. Show up in those ways and let that do more and more of the talking as you guys slowly come back to a place of repair. Because it's
yeah.
going to
Because
take time.
she hasn't brought up any more stuff about divorce.
Okay. It's a
Uh,
start.
but she did bring up a conversation she had with her kid's dad. I guess because she wore a ring to rage bait him, and
Mm,
yeah, when I guess it was their youngest together, her daughter, which I thought was
mm,
kind of funny. But she got mad at me because I didn't show up emotionally like she thought she did. But I was like, you're just using that ring as. I told her, I was like, I felt hurt because you're using that ring as like a form to make somebody else mad. You're ruining the principle of it.
yeah.
And and so that was a nice little conversation we had too about that because to me it didn't feel right.
Yeah.
That,
Yeah. And
that,
I can I
no,
can I can get that for sure.
and
Um,
that's why this time when we were at the graduation, it still didn't feel right because you're only putting it on for a show. You're not
yeah.
putting it on because it means something to you.
Yeah. And I want you to stay curious to that, man. Again, this isn't necessarily a full, like, this is kind of one of those areas, especially where we're able to test waters. I want you to be open to testing waters. And with every
Yeah,
relationship, there comes like a testing period to see, is this really real? Can this really be something we build to? I want you to just stay curious, in what you're seeing, and call it what, like not necessarily you have to call out everything, but I just want you to be honest about everything you're seeing. Come back to your values. If it still checks off the boxes, okay.
yeah,
But really just be honest about what you're seeing, because the last thing we want to do is make a decision to stay for any other reason other than because it aligns,
Yeah,
and I think the moment we start treacherying off that, it can get a little rocky. But again, this is going to be a process thing, something that's going to take time to develop, to rebuild, and for you guys to get to a place of stability together. um, and her wearing the ring, trying to cause some jealousy, whatever the reactions
oh,
are
yeah.
she's
He
looking
did
for.
get jealous. He did
Yeah,
get
yeah, think about it. But
jealous.
and think about this too, man. Like, that is also, I wouldn't even necessarily say, again, 'cause I know you mentioned that she had a lot of traumas and struggles that
Yeah,
she's been through. I don't even want you to feel like that's even tied to that. Sometimes that can just be a mixture of a woman being herself in some ways over some hurts
yeah,
that she hasn't gotten all over.
yeah,
And I'm a big proponent, right? Again, like, man, so we realize when we get into relationships with people, um, like, we run into some different issues and pains that, of course, we didn't cause. And sometimes, to an extent, that person didn't realize that they still have to work through and let go of. Otherwise, it's going to impact the relationship negatively. And it's important, man, to do that intentional healing work. And I think if you're in a relationship where you realize, dang, I actually didn't do that, now it comes into creativity. How can we engage in this, obviously, as individuals, because this is not your responsibility to heal, but you
yeah,
also can play a role in helping each other heal. What does that look like? And I think that comes with conversations between the two of you on what that looks like, communicating that, and just staying curious. We're not looking for perfect answers. We're not looking to treat each other perfect. We're just trying to get some of this stuff layered out so we are able to respond to each other um, in a healthier way, in a more tangible way moving forward. Does that make sense?
yeah. I guess it also is like a part of me is like I also don't want to be like to feel used because sometimes I like it's like feel like I'm being used, but at the same time it's like a double edged sword. Like I could help her out, and that gives me like more stability in her eyes, or I could say no because she's putting me through all this, and then that just goes back to me not being able to go through with my word. So it's because I'm helping her fix her car up,
Okay.
and
And the fear of being used, in the sense that, like, she'll just up and leave. Is that kind of what you're thinking?
not like up and leave, but just go back to how she was treating me again. I guess
Yeah.
'cause
So,
'cause I don't know if she's seeing anybody else. Like that's not the vibe I'm getting. So because
okay.
technically we're separated now, but
Okay.
we're still married. We still there's no divorce paper signed yet, but
Yeah.
nothing. If she's gonna cheat, she's gonna cheat. Not me or her is gonna stop her.
Okay.
So that's where I'm at.
Yeah. So I think, man, this is gonna sound kind of crazy, but again, like, being at that stage of separated, not divorced, so there's still a chance, there's still an opportunity. You mentioned wanting to repair it. I think this is also something just to stay curious too, man. Like, so the feeling of being used again, we want to just be curious. What do we feel in the event of us being used again? One, what does that completely look like? And then two, what do we feel that means about us, right? As men, as someone who wants a relationship, like, what are the identity statements, man, that we might create around that? Because I think sometimes that's really what we're afraid of being or appearing as. And especially when it comes to engaging in repair and beginning steps to repair, man, like, I think there's only a greater chance that you're going, not necessarily that you're going to revert back to things, but you're going to see, more of some of the tensions that were present that initially brought this in the first place. Maybe not to the
Yeah,
same degree, but, like, I think that's just part of the healing. And so, if it's really desired, though, it's both of you guys' job, again, not just on you, on her too, to acknowledge those things and be honest about it, and then intentionally put work in to grow through that. Again, whether that's through therapy, counseling, whatever you guys are deciding to get into, to really help you guys through that. We want to commit to that, show up for that, show up for the communicative plans put in place, the adjustments needed. And that goes for the both of you, because you can't
Yeah.
carry this by yourself.
Yeah.
You can't carry this by yourself, because this can't be something that you only feel responsible to fix. And so we're still paying attention to those behaviors, man, and if she's genuinely showing up, or is she just constantly saying these things, but there's nothing that shows up that backs it up, right? So just to stay aware in that. And I just want you to stay curious with whatever feedback those fears are giving you, because I think that is something that we can look at and just notice, because we've already been hurt, and it's gonna. I want you to get this, like, you've already experienced that form of hurt. It's not to say that we want to stay in it to experience it again.
Yeah.
But as we're intentionally healing through it, man, like, do you feel like there's a way, because you've experienced that worsening of that hurt, that it could be worse, that it could hurt worse? Do you feel that at all?
That's a good question. I guess it could be worse, like, because she could technically just cut me out of her life completely.
Okay.
Like, there's nothing that's technically, by us being married, there's nothing that's technically holding us together. Like, so she's still showing signs of she wants me in her life, but it's like, at what extent?
Okay. Yeah. And so, well, then let's revert. So then let's look at it this way. If she's still showing signs, but we just don't know to what extent, this is where we're paying attention to how consistent she is in showing up in these specific ways, right?
Yeah.
Because that's going to be what gives you indicator to be like, okay, I feel more comfortable going all in, because, like, this is your behavior, this is what you're showing, versus, oh, I'm still guessing, I'm still on the fence. The only reason we're still on the fence is because this is still new. If let's come back after, again, you guys are doing the work intentionally together, either as a couple or individually, because I do think investing in that is really, really important for the both of you at this stage, to really know what you have, what you're looking at, and if it makes sense to continue. But you're looking at this and you're going, hey, I feel more and more comfortable and relaxed because I'm seeing behaviors here that lets me know I can trust her again, or I can step back into this and we're actually going to make progress here. We're paying attention to those behaviors, not just what's said, because words aren't fruit, actions are. Yeah.
Because there's also another night, because I got my supplements delivered to the house, and she didn't want them in the house. She didn't feel comfortable with them. Like I said, they're nothing bad. But she still thinks they're bad. I tell her all the time that they're not bad. And so I picked them up. I said thank you, and then she offered for me to come in and eat and all that stuff too. So there was like a little glimpse of she still wants me around. So I think I take those as little wins. But at the same time, I'm like, it's still cautionary for me.
There you go. It's not a green light. It's not a red light. It's a yellow light.
Yeah.
Right. So we take that as it is, and we're just paying attention. What stays, what's consistent, and what isn't. And again, we're going to come back to what we saw at consistent rates. That's going to help us make that decision even clearer, because we're not expecting her to give us the clearest of answers just yet.
Yeah.
But the way we're going to be able to determine the clearest answer without needing her to say it, without needing her to, like, hey, I'm just paying attention to what you're doing and your actions. That's going to be what gives me the information I need.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hope that makes sense. As you continue to have updates, man, please feel free, send me a message.
I'll write a testimonial too. So.
Hey, I appreciate you a ton, man. Please do. And again, keep it as honest as you can, man. Honesty is the only thing that works around here. And we'll make it go from there. Okay.
I guess my last quick question is how do I show and like I'm still there for her at the same time as being like, hey, I don't want you to get comfortable with my presence because it's just going to put us back in the same spot.
Well, I think that kind of presents a conundrum, because if we're wanting to be there for someone, it does require our presence.
Yeah.
And so I think what we really want to deal with at the heart is I think it's just a matter of how present do we feel comfortable enough to be with them, and what does that measurement look like? So, for example, if that measurement of presence looks like, hey, I do want to be here and I am wanting and willing to put in the effort, maybe that presence looks like, okay, not necessarily eating dinner every night with, maybe it's, again, whatever communicative direction you guys have with this. Yeah, I think that's more so of what you're, I think that's more so of what you may want to communicate with her, but it's like, hey, instead of eating dinner 5 times a week, we might do 2.
Yeah.
Right. Instead of, the expectation of, we do something every weekend. Maybe it's one day out of the week, or, the text messaging, right? It's, hey, I just want to send the text message, the voice note reminders that I'm here for you and I want to be here for you and I want to work this out and all the things, but that might not be something you send every day. So
Yeah.
I think it's just more of getting with her. And I think you guys come together with, what does this look like for you both? Because she might have a different perspective on what that looks like. And it's just about compromising to meet in the middle. And so if, I think a great question to ask her is, hey, like, I want to be here for you. I do. What do you feel like is, the safer approach here for us to slowly integrate each other back into our lives at this point of the relationship? What does that look like? And how can we build this together honestly without reverting back to what this once was, as we're continuing to develop each other individually and collectively? And ask that
That's
in a way that you feel, most comfortable with. It doesn't have to be said exactly like that, but just opening up that conversation with her, because I think she's the one that can give you that answer the best.
yeah.
Because I think it can look different, and just be open to what that thought is and what that conversation can look like. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. Yes.
Cool. Yeah. And like I said, man, continue to hit me up with updates.
I will. Yeah.
I'm excited to hear from you, man. And I definitely hope things continue to go well for you,
All right.
and
Yeah.
recover.
Yep. Thank you so much, and you've helped a great deal
Hey, man, I appreciate you.
with
I
our little
appreciate it. I'm glad it was
conversations.
helpful.
Yep.
I'm glad
Thank
it
you.
was helpful. Absolutely. And the stand, the invitation to couples work still stands if you guys are interested.
Okay. Yeah.
So just let me
I'm
know.
gonna slowly try to integrate that.
Yeah,
I feel
absolutely. Absolutely. No
I
rush.
don't want
Just,
to push too hard. Like I'm still like I feel like I should like still keep my distance, but yet like give like little glimpses of, hey, I'm still here for you.
okay. Yeah.
So
Take your time, man. No rush. No rush.
yeah.
Just letting you know. All right. I appreciate your time. Take it easy.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Hey, man, y'all put a one in the chat. I hope that was helpful. Okay, still got a long line here. All right. I got Evelyn, Alexandra, and Aleda. Oh no, I got Eco and then Aleda. So let's see where this is here. Evelyn, thank you so
Hello,
much
can
for
you hear
your
me?
patience. I appreciate your time. I can
Yeah,
hear you. Can you hear me?
yeah, I can.
Awesome. How can I help you today? What's going on?
Great. So I have a question regarding having different communication styles in a relationship. First and foremost, regarding conflict solving.
Okay.
I would say it's the typical, girlfriend is the emotional person and the guy is the logical solving problems. And every time I try to get my feelings validated about the problem, he only hears it as he does everything wrong. And that's like the complete opposite of the relationship because he goes like out of his way to make me happy in everything. But yeah, that makes it even worse that he thinks that I tell him that he does everything wrong when I try to just tell him a bad feeling, because that's definitely not what I'm saying, but he doesn't hear it. How do I communicate that without him taking it as that?
Okay. How would you say that you typically communicate it?
I would say I really try to communicate my feelings good. let's say we're arguing about him not turning the toilet seat down.
Okay.
And I say, hey, you don't do this. And when you don't do that, and I tell you and you don't hear me, it makes me feel that you don't listen to me. And that makes me sad. And then he'll be like, yeah, okay, I hear you. I don't want to make you sad and I don't do it because I don't listen to you. I forget. And then he like just keeps on, he validates my feeling, but then he goes back to the main problem and then goes on about, why do you even hang up on those things? Why do you keep going about me? Don't you see all the good things I do? He turns it around. He says it good first and then he like forgets what he just said.
Yeah. And so then that turns into what? Does that turn into an argument? Does that turn into
Yeah.
okay, so it typically turns into an argument. Okay.
Yeah.
How long you guys been together?
8 months.
8 months. Oh, this puts a smile on my face. Let me tell you why.
Yeah.
Because this is so common.
Okay.
Like I say this because I sit in front of couples, I work with couples, people, like this is very common. Okay.
Hmm.
So you're definitely okay. This is normal, and there's a way for you guys to work through this without it being a staple in the relationship. I'd like to do a role play. Are you down for that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think a role play could be really helpful. So I'll be you, and you are your man. Okay.
Hmm.
And this will be, let's just kind of create for a second what the scenario is, and then where are we when we're having this conversation. So what's the scenario?
It's so hard to come up with now. Yeah, it could be. Oh, sorry, I was just kind of guard with coming up with a scenario. But it's usually like not big things. It could be. What did we argue about the last time? Um, yeah, it could be anything.
Okay.
Um,
So let's do, like, would you say clothes being unfolded or
yeah,
everywhere
yeah,
on?
that could definitely be the thing. Yeah.
Okay. So let's just say clothes are unfolded and everywhere. Okay.
Hmm.
And what time of day is this typically happening? Morning, afternoon, evening?
Usually evening.
Okay. In the evening. And um let's say, so with this scenario, have you told him before, like, hey, don't leave clothes on the couch, or don't leave clothes everywhere, fold them, put them away? What's the typical situation with the clothes? Is it like not folding them
Yeah,
right? What
it
is
could,
it?
that could be a perfect example because it could be like, say, he went out to do something for me. He went and bought dinner and he cooked dinner.
Okay.
And then during that time, I was folding or like doing the laundry. But maybe I didn't have time to finish it. So I asked him, can you please fold the laundry while I go park my mother's car or something? I go out. And then I come back and he's on the sofa because he's tired because he cooked dinner. And then
Mm,
I'm like, okay, wait, the laundry isn't folded. I asked you about that. And he's like, yeah, I'll do that later. And I'm like, but I asked you and I know you won't do that later because you'll fall asleep and then I'll have to do the laundry tomorrow. And I told
mhm.
you to fold it. And then he'll be like, well, it's not wrong because I cooked the dinner. And yeah, we would go on to that kind
Got
of,
you. Oh, this is
yeah.
gold. Okay. All right. We'll do that. All right. So clothes were folded. He cooked dinner. And you left
Yeah.
to go uh park your mother's car. We'll just stick with that. And
Yeah.
then you came back, clothes aren't folded, sitting on the couch. All right.
Mm.
We got the scene. Oh, you felt that.
Yeah,
we
that could
we
definitely happen.
we got, all right. So we're walking in the crib, and scene. Okay. Um, hey, babe, I do you remember me asking about the clothes?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay, awesome. I just took care of the car and everything. But first and foremost, I just actually want to backtrack for a second. I'm That dinner was delicious. You did your thing. Like that was probably one of the best meals I've ever had. Okay. I don't know who taught you to cook like that, but that's amazing. Shout out to you.
Thank
Um,
you.
yeah, I really appreciate it. And I really love when you cook, and I would love for you to do that more. Can you do that more?
Yeah, of
Oh
course.
my goodness. Like that is a treat. That's something even more exciting to look forward to when I come home and just spend time with you. Um, is is there a way that we can tackle the clothes before we go to bed?
Yeah, but why can't you just sit down for a minute and we can watch the show that's on the TV?
Yeah, I would love to. I would love to. But I feel like it's kind of hard to sit on the couch with the clothes on it. Do you think?
No, no, come on, just like chill. We've been doing so much. Just we'll take that later. No, no stress.
Okay. Can we promise to deal with the clothes after the show?
Yeah, yeah, just come sit down. We'll take it after the show.
Okay. And see. Now this is where it's going to challenge you.
Yeah.
Because this is probably one of those moments where it was like, well, no, I need you to do it now.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
And I need you to do it now because it's going to make me feel better if it's done now.
yeah.
And the moment when it's not done now, you typically do it yourself.
Mm,
Right. So I want you to see what this communicates over time. May not communicate it now. This is what communicates it over time
yeah.
is that eventually you're going to get to the place where it's not just the clothes, it's other things. And if it's
Mm,
not done now, you feel like, okay, well, I'll just do it myself because it's easier to get done by myself.
yeah.
And then it'll spread across every other area of the relationship. And then to him, he's going to start growing curious and being like, dang, like, is there anything for me to actually be able to serve you with and do?
Mm,
And this isn't necessarily because there isn't. As you mentioned, he's the type of person that cooks dinner. You guys are sharing responsibilities in the crib. Cool.
mm,
But we don't want to, we want to be able to pick our battles wisely.
yeah.
And sometimes it's not worth like getting all messed up because clothes are still on the couch, even though I said before, fold these,
Yeah.
right? Because if we're like, let's take a second and acknowledge that both of you did something
Mm,
that regards upkeeping the home. He cooked,
yeah.
cleaned, and you folded laundry. Even if
Yeah.
the laundry isn't finished, it doesn't mean you can't still enjoy time with your partner or enjoy what you're being invited to and come back to the laundry.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
And
true.
yeah, and it's like we're just kind of picking our battles a little wisely here.
Yeah.
Because in that same role play, here's the thing that I want you to start going in and leading with as other situations come up. Because I think one of the things that you want to take note of, again, growing in communication and healthier communication, you're going to find yourself in any relationship, if it's this one that makes it to marriage, if it's something else, you're going to find yourself repeating yourself relatively
Mm.
often. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's intentionally not getting it,
No,
and
no,
vice
I
versa.
think like the main problem that
Mhm.
because like in that situation I generally like don't care about the laundry, but he thinks I do. And like I think that's the because I just feel like you don't listen to me and that's why I'm sad. I
Right.
For me the laundry isn't that important. It's just like
It's the principle of the meaning of behind the laundry.
yeah, and it
Yeah.
could be anything. Like
Hmm.
if we're let's say we just discussion about something and I say, okay, wait, what you just said made me sad. And he's like, yeah, but what I said was true. I'm like, yeah, okay, well, it doesn't matter if it was true or false. I got sad. And then he was like,
Hmm.
yeah, but it was true. So how can you be sad? I'm like,
Hmm.
well, it's not about the thing. It's that I'm sad.
Right. Right.
Yeah. So I think
Right.
that's is like our main problem that it's hard to explain to someone who's very logical when you don't care about the logical part, you care about the feelings.
Yes, this is classic. And so, have you ever heard of the book Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus?
No, but I can relate just by the title.
You can. Oh my goodness. So this is a resource that I would recommend, okay, both of you to read.
Yeah.
But more if he's not up to it or he's not there yet, I want you individually to check it out, regardless of whether or not he joins or not. Okay, here's why. Because this is going to give you leverage on how you can begin introducing those kinds of conversations to a very logically brained man.
Yeah.
Because a lot of it is, yes, because think about it. And this is kind of where we get this is where I get the concept from this book. It's a beautiful book. And basically we just learn that in a lot of ways, women communicate to connect. Men communicate to solve.
Yeah.
Right. And so you don't even need me to tell you this because you see it. But in that moment of you saying, when you said this, I felt sad. He's thinking in his mind, well, how can I solve this sadness without immediately just connecting with you? So that's why in his mind, he'll either go back to something he did that in his mind shouldn't make you sad or should keep you from being sad. Or he's looking for a reason or a means to fix that emotion that you just expressed having. But you're not looking for that. You're not looking for him to fix it. You're just simply wanting to invite him into that space to connect. And so the communication differs because instead of him going, well, yeah, but this is what I said and this is facts, like it actually changes, the tone changes and the approach changes to now it's like, oh my god, okay, you're feeling sad. Tell me more about why you're sad. Right? And now he has a leverage to be able to reconnect with you. This is a simple miscommunication lapse only because, again, due to how we're designed, we communicate differently. It's not that anything is internally wrong. Of course, it's just we're learning how to communicate with each other now that we're kind of stepping in the deeper layers of the relationship. And so I want you to check out that book. That's a really good resource that'll help you kind of look into how you can approach that conversation. And I want you to start approaching it. Okay, in the moment, yes. I'm not necessarily saying you have to follow this formula because there are various conversations you'll have where it'll just be in the spur of the moment. But even in the event where he might turn it back to facts, he might turn it back to something he did. It's like, hey, babe, I acknowledge that. Can we just sit here and acknowledge and just sit with the emotion for a second?
Yeah.
Like I don't, because this is the biggest thing. He is going to grow in learning, whether here or later, that one of the most important questions he could ever ask who he's connected to is, what do you need from me?
And that's so interesting that you say it because he's very good at asking that when I feel bad for something else. Like if I had a bad day at work or something, he's always like, what do you need from me? But when I get a bad feeling from him, he goes into fixing mode and is like,
I want you to see that as a gesture of love, because that's often how men move, especially when it comes to someone he wants to build with. Like, I want you to be okay at all times. Yeah. Even if it's something from me that I did. So he's actually moving what he thinks, and again, what he genuinely believes from his patterns as a motion of love. So so in a way, you can, okay, and again, this isn't necessarily to control it, but I think this is just various technicalities that you can express. You can even acknowledge that, hey, I really, really appreciate you trying, like really giving an effort to solve this for me. And I can tell that you just, that's just the love that you have and give, and I adore it. At this moment, though, can we just sit here? I feel like that would go a long way for me instead of us trying to fix it.
Yeah.
And in that moment, you just acknowledged that his attempt to fix it was from a core place of him loving you.
Yeah.
And so now it kind of disarms him from feeling like he has to over-explain himself to give reason as to why we should just do it that way, even when it comes to something with him.
Yeah.
And these kind of things are something that gives us the opportunity to, again, when we're moving in tone, we're mindful. And again, people will make jokes about this, but your tone and your approach means so much in these gentle situations both ways, right?
Yeah.
55% of communication is your body language. The other
Mm.
37% of it roughly is your tone. And the very last single digit percentage of communication is your content. Before I ever heard anything you said, I literally saw it on your body and heard it through your tone.
Mm.
And so this is really, really important. Yes, right. And so again, yeah, and I appreciate you pointing that out, Robin. Right. He's okay with everyone else, but when it comes to him, it's something different. So again, because I'm sitting in front of her, this is how we would deal with this. If I were to get an opportunity to sit in front of him, I would actually want to dig a little deeper and have him identify something that he feels within the realm of emotional wheels that would give him indication of a meaning he's creating from what she is expressing to him.
Yeah.
Because that I think takes a little bit more time. Like I can't, we can't really control what he does right now. If
Hmm.
and it's not to say that you haven't been doing your job and you haven't been doing great, but we're stepping into more some technicalities to it where we can get as creative as possible to where sometimes y'all, when you disarm somebody so much, they will literally, especially someone who's very logical, it's hard for them to find a way out. When you corner somebody, it's like, dang, at this point I give up. Like
Yeah.
there's no way for me to be able to work around this. And
Yeah.
so then they begin to kind of move in a specific direction. And I think it's just about, that kind of creativity and staying curious, right, with some of the responses he gives. So leaning in with it, really, really addressing, even when it comes to something that you feel he did. And again, it's not intentional. It comes from a loving place. How he reads it is though maybe he's quick to be like, oh dang, like she maybe felt like I was intentional,
Mm.
right? And so,
Yeah.
or that was an issue. This is why we lead with some kind of appreciation
Yeah. Yeah. I think
because
that, sorry
yeah, go
for
for it. No,
interrupting
go
you.
for it. Go
I
for it.
think, I think that's what you said right now is very important too, because I feel from like we haven't been together for so long, but from what I know to him, it's very like, it's a sensitive topic for him, for like me telling him he's wrong, and that he's doing things wrong because he puts like all he got into this relationship and he does everything all the time. So I think he's scared of me, like, yeah, pointing out the bad things and making it up in my head that it's bad, which, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So what the brain typically likes to do in situations like this, especially if somebody, especially if we haven't worked on these kind of skills, we like to point out the negative.
Mm,
And then in the act of pointing out the negative, the brain will then zoom in on that negative thing and then
yeah.
will ultimately make that negative thing the whole thing.
Yeah.
Right. And so what we're given the privilege of doing as we're not intellectually, as we're practically walking through this, it's just being aware of, again, on his end, okay, so she pointed out something that I did and she knows, and I believe she knows that this is not intentional of me to do. It's the
Mm,
first
mm,
thing,
mm.
right?
Yeah.
I also want to believe that she brings this up because of love, not because she's running out of love.
Mm,
That's a different thing too. So again, that would be something that if I were in front of him, that would be something to share. For you, it's more so, I want you, because that's a struggle, and we're not trying to sugarcoat or put eggshells around it to make it really hard to connect with him, say what we need to say, all the things. But at the same time, when it comes to addressing something that he did and we know how sensitive it can be, I think you might see some changes when we initiate that conversation as a sandwich.
mm.
You got your bread, you got your vegetable, your meat, and then the bottom bread, right? So we have the bread, the top bun, which is like, hey, so I just want to say I really appreciate what you did for me earlier today. And I wanted to vocalize that because that literally made my whole day.
Yeah.
Again, it's not to say it has to go that way, but let's just move with it. It really made my whole day. It put a smile on my face and my face was hurting. And I
Mm,
thank you so much because like that was top tier. I also want to make notice to you with this that I didn't feel like I was being heard earlier. And that's not from what you did. It was from a conversation that we had earlier today. And I just really, really want us to be able to work on what it looks like so both of us know what it means for us to feel heard, because being heard by you allows me to feel more connected to you. And I really love being connected to you. And I don't want to miss
Yeah.
that. 'Cause that's
Yeah.
kind of what you're after,
Yeah.
right? But you see how we acknowledged or gave some kind of acknowledgement to something specific. We
Yeah.
then came in with our concern and we stated what we needed. I need us to work on this. Not a, I would like, we're being more direct with it. I need
Mm.
for us to be able to work on this. I need you to be able to hear me a little bit better, and I want to hear you better. Right? And why? That comes in with the treasury. Why? Because hearing from you or being heard by you gives me more permission to rest in you and feel safe in you and feel connected,
Yeah.
because I value our connection.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
yeah.
It's good because I really think about what you say now, because we have had the conversations where I've like presented it like you say it now, like more with good energy about it, and like in a more calmer way, and also like how do I say, like, yeah, told him that like this is not me, this is coming from a good place, and those conversation has turned out so much better.
So you've seen the difference.
Yeah, I have, but those are like rare moments, because also like it's hard for me too when I'm like when I'm sad about something that he's done, to be the so mature person in it and everything. And yeah, I have ADHD too, so for me my emotions are so
Yeah.
big.
Yeah.
But I really feel that, and I know that I have more emotions, but I also have more control in the bigger picture of knowing my emotions
Yeah.
than he does. So I'll definitely take this from this call to take the responsibility in that.
Yeah. And I think if, and I know it can be challenging because something people don't, I guess, talk a lot about when it comes to ADHD, is like the focus of the hyperness of emotions. So like it can almost feel like a dopamine hit, right? In some of
Mm,
those moments, at least that's how the brain may kind of operate. And I don't want to speak too much on it. I'm still kind of working through some studies on it, so it's still early. So take it with a grain of salt. But it's something to consider because dealing with someone of that caliber, we have to be that much more attentive to those emotions
yeah,
from a gentle and calmer place. And so I think there can be room, because it sounds like, again, there's a lot of willingness. And I tell people all the time, when there's willingness, there's availability. Like
mm,
where there's willingness, there's an opportunity to change. And change is literally around the corner because both of you have great love and availability for one another. What's up, Jakira? So I think it's really important that you guys make some more room for some intentional conversations around what this looks like for you. It kind of
yeah,
sounds like there's kind of some moments where you're bumping the road a bit, and that can work, but sometimes it can be helpful to just get it all out there from a sense of what can this look like for us moving forward, and lead, and you might find yourself leading in that conversation very gently, very
yeah,
lovingly, very calmly,
yeah,
something that can be challenging. But again, the more that you lead with that and you stay curious, it's disarming him from feeling like, okay, I got to defend what I'm doing and I got to defend how I've been showing up. And as you keep leading in that and we still see healthy results from it, I think there's a great chance that he catches on and starts doing the same. But these are great conversations for you guys to kind of build that capacity, especially 8 months in, just staying curious, right?
mm,
Like, hey, I know that you're doing so much and I appreciate it. I'm not against that. I just want us to be able to focus more on this area. And because you are doing more than enough,
yeah,
you're amazing. I wouldn't trade you for the
yeah,
world. I just want us to continue working on this in this season too. And
yeah,
is it impossible for us to do that and put a little bit more intentional time into that?
mm,
And
yeah,
I think you can see some shifts in how that works. But I also think to check out that men are from Mars, women are from Venus,
yeah, yeah. I'll check that out.
because
Definitely.
that might Again, whether that's here or that's for another relationship down the line, whatever it is, like that right there, that's gonna be the one.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you so much for the advice and
Yeah.
book tips and everything.
Absolutely. I appreciate you a ton. All right. If you have more questions, send me a message. If you found this was helpful, send me a testimonial video. Whether
Yeah,
it was that or just a text one. I would love it.
of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, man. Put a one in the chat. Oh, Lydia. Oh, later. Hey, come on, man. I got you. All right. So it's 5 o'clock. I love y'all. I really do. This guest list is so long. So I'm gonna take a few more callers. Again, this is a great opportunity for you to be able to get a free session. All right. So send me a testimonial. All right. Send me a video. If it's 1 to 5 minutes, just explaining the help that the content's been, the lives have been, what you've gained. Would you recommend any of this work to anyone? You do that, and then you send me the video via email or DM, the text, the written form, video or written form, DM or email, and then put the keyword testimonial afterwards. I'll get you the Calendly. We can book your session as soon as tomorrow. Okay. And that'll be your free session. All right. So take advantage of it so that way you can get it. Otherwise, you'll be on the books, and you, of course, got to invest. Be sure to go to the top of my page for my links, my relationship diagnostic, attachment style quiz, all the things. So you can get a hold of that. I have a free trial going on right now for my Secure program. So send me a message with Secure. I'd love to get you started on that. Got people in the community growing and moving in that as well. I'm going to go ahead and I know there's some people that have been waiting for a minute. Okay. So I'm going to get it later because she mentioned it was getting late. And then I got Eco, I got, and a few more. All right. So have your questions ready. All right.
Hi,
Hey, Aleda. Am I saying your name right? I hope I am.
can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes. First
Awesome.
I have to say I'm from Germany, so I'm sorry for my accent.
Oh, it's okay. Am I saying your name right? Aleda?
Yes.
Okay. Awesome. I appreciate your time. What can I help you with? What's going on?
Okay. So there's a guy I met I met this guy 2 years ago on a festival, and we kissed, and he wanted to do more, but I didn't, so I like abandoned him a little bit, and then we like I gave him my Instagram, and then we stayed in contact for 2 years, and he always contacted me. He always reacted to my stories. He always snapped me on Snapchat, hey, what's up? When can I see you again? And so on. And I always said, yes, we can see each other, but you have to come here to me to visit my city, because he's 1.5 hours away from me. So we both study dentistry, and yeah, so and then it was like on Sunday he came to visit me in my city, and it was very well. I was very excited because I really wanted to see him for a very long time, but he didn't make like the effort to come to my city. And on Sunday he decided for the first time, like, yes, okay, I'm coming to your city now. And then we had a really great coffee date for 2.5 hours. And he also, like, as I said, he drove 1.5 hours to see me. And after that, he had to drive 4 hours to the city where he studies. So it was like a huge effort that he made, and I was very happy about it. And like I said, we had a very good date, and he talked very, very much. I wasn't used to it because on Snapchat or on Instagram, people are very. He came across a bit dry, but in real time, he was very, very, very talkative and very, like, he couldn't even stop talking. He also asked me a few questions, and when I answered him, he also listened very carefully, and he laughed, and he like, I don't know the word in English, but it was also like little bit flirty, but not so much. And then I gave him my number and I said to him that I don't use Snapchat as much. So let me give you my number. And then I typed my number on his phone, and then then the date was over. And on the next day at 7 a.m., he snapped me again, like, I don't know, like a morning snap. And I answered it 11 hours later because, like I said, I don't go on Snapchat very often. But I answered him with a random snap back. And then he snapped me again. And then on Tuesday, all of this happened this week.
Okay.
Like Sunday was the date, and on Monday he snapped me in the morning right after the date, and on Tuesday nobody of us snapped. And yesterday I snapped him, and he snapped me back directly, immediately, and then today nobody snapped again. So I don't know, but I was really sad because I gave him my number and I thought that he would use my number, but to be honest, I can't really be that angry or mad at him because Snapchat is the platform where we communicated before the date as well, you know, like it's not something new that he did, but I'm not sure if he really wants me, if he really want to see me again. I don't know if he really liked me, because during the date he was so excited and talkative, and like there wasn't any sign where I would say that he didn't like it. Yeah. So I don't know what to do right now, because I don't want to be the man and like text him again and say, how did you find the date, or do you want to see me again? I can't do this, because everybody says when the man pulls away, you shouldn't like text him or show him that you care. Yeah.
Okay.
That's it. I'm very sad right now, to be honest.
I hear you. And do you really like him?
I really do like. Wait, I don't really know him. So
Okay. So you don't really know him, but so far you're saying you kind of like the energy that's present right now.
I like the energy, and also I don't let people so much, like I don't really get physical that much with people. And on the festival, he was the first and the only man that I let, like, you know, like I kissed. And I don't know, I didn't forget him. I couldn't forget him. He also couldn't forget over me. Like he always, as I said, he always texted me. He always came into my life, wanted to see me. But
so would you say this is like your first attempt at a possible relationship?
yeah, I didn't had any relationship before, to be honest. I'm 22.
Elena, this is so beautiful. Can I let me just say this. This is beautiful. This is this is like top tier to me, okay? But let me tell you why, because obviously, without going to scientific
Yes.
perspectives on you, a first kiss, a first, potential love, all the things like it, brain chemistry, it does something to you, right? And it's a dope thing. It's not something that we should be bashful of, or we should hide or minimize. And of course, being 22, so much to learn on relationships, and you'll grow into that. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, no one's perfect at relationships. Like, you're good, I promise. But I say this is also beautiful too, because you're in such a unique position, because yes, you hear a lot of people talk about things from a social media perspective on what not to do. But I am just so different, and I'm really glad that you stuck around, because I'm someone who is really, really high on the abundance aspect of life, especially when it comes to love. And when this is your first time moving in these spaces, you're so focused on trying to do everything right that you might either not do anything at all or
Yes.
overthink to the point where you might kind of scare yourself away from
And
connecting with someone.
in the past, I always cut things off when I felt like this because I was like, no, if he gives me mixed signals, then this is a clear no. Like, you know?
Yeah. Like, can I be honest? I'm gonna tell you a slight story from an experience I had.
Yeah.
There was a time I was on dating apps. This was easily when I was around like, I want to say 19,
Mm-hmm.
20, maybe something like that.
Yeah.
Beautiful girl, man. We connected on the app and just had some really good conversations over the course of a day or two. And then she ended up sending her number. Actually, no, I got her Snapchat. This was back when I was on Snapchat at that time. We went to Snapchat. We were having some conversation. She ends up sending her number. And, I was just still snapping. Like I sent another, yeah. Yeah, you perked up right there, huh? Listen. So I sent a Snapchat. We were continuing, I was going to continue the conversation there. Because I was like, oh, bet, I'll send the message later. Like I'm not necessarily in a rush. Now I'm not saying this is this guy, right? But just hear out the thought process. So I was just like, oh, I'm gonna send the message for sure. I'm just not doing it right now. For whatever reason. I don't have a particular reason. It was just like, yeah, I'll get to it. And so I sent another snap. I think it might have been a couple other snaps after that. And then she said she didn't even send another picture of a snap. She texted in the snap and said, LOL, use my number. And then I was like, oh, bet. And then I clicked the number and I sent a message. Hey, this is Sean. And there it is. We got to having conversation. We was texting regularly, FaceTimes, all the things. Okay. I say this because on one hand, you could look at that and say, well, if he wanted to, he would.
Yeah.
But I don't believe in that statement because sometimes a little reminder never hurts. Many times a reminder never hurts.
Yeah,
Many
but
times there's nothing wrong with
yes.
us reaching out, especially if you're like, hey, I really am interested and want to see where this goes. We are the only generation. I promise you, it's so backwards to me. I don't get it. We are the only generation that will say, I want to see where this goes, and then let people from general perspectives pull us away from investing into it. We will be like, yeah, I want to see where this goes, but nah, man, I'm too ego, I'm too proud, I'm too prideful, I don't want to be the man, I don't want to be this, and we attribute so much meaning to it. And the meaning is what pushes us away because we don't want to be perceived as something that honestly, not even the person we're dealing with would see us as. It's outer expectations of world perspectives that we're afraid of being different than. I'm giving you permission to send the message and say, hey, use my number. And here's the thing. You send that. I'm not guaranteeing that he uses it. What I'm saying, though, is that this is I want to give you permission to be able to allow yourself to see where something goes without being afraid of being perceived in a way that only people who are culturally yelling and screaming in their mics of being afraid of being something is more afraid of than you. I think when you really like somebody's time, attention, experience, and all the things, I think you lean into that. I don't think you just like, well, no, I don't want to come off as this and I don't want to come off as that. Because then now we're putting so many guardrails to what love can really be. Because we're more afraid of appearing a specific way than we are just simply focused on being a specific way, not for rewards, but just because this is who Aleda wants to be in this moment. Aleda wants to give this guy some time and attention.
Yes,
and
but
the
I
one
don't
thing
know if
that's
he really likes me, to be honest, because today, like, he didn't snap, for example,
sure.
and a whole day going without talking or like without,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I remember hearing all that too. If they go a whole day without talking, they don't want you. I
Yeah.
disagree.
Like,
You you
yeah.
remember the time that you spent when y'all went on the coffee date.
Yes.
You enjoyed it 10 out of 10 times.
I enjoyed it. He talked so much, so I
Uh,
can't explain. Like on Instagram or on Snapchat, he's always so dry. But then he
Yeah.
sat in front of me and he couldn't stop. He also told me about a few bad things about him. For example, that
Okay.
I don't know how it's here in English, but when you take when you smoke joints,
Sure.
a few. He
Mm-hmm.
says he does this not very often, but like he does it. And then he also told me that I don't know. Do you know Ritalin? Like it's something you take when you have ADHS
Okay. Okay. So like some
to
kind of
be
like medicine or
yes,
something like that.
like
It's like
to be more focused on what you're
yeah,
doing.
yeah, 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 yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Because
Mm-hmm.
he says he gets distracted very much and like this I don't know if you tell this a woman that you want that you like on the first date. I don't know why he told me this, but he was
Mm-hmm.
very open. He was very vulnerable. I had yes,
Yeah.
I don't know, Ritalin, yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, well, I don't want you to read too much into it. It's
Yeah.
typically what your mind is going to do, and we're just being aware of
Mm,
it, and we're just catching it. I don't want you to put
yes.
any right or wrong stuff to it. It's just like, oh, like my mind's racing, because
Mm,
honestly, at the core of it, I like this person, or at least I want to see where this goes. So that's part of it. Um, I'm not necessarily even trying to tell you like he told you all that because he does like you. I think what you were describing though is that who he is in person is even better than who he is
yes,
through
yes,
text.
yes. Yeah.
That's a great thing. Like, so believe it or not, there are people who are like, fam, like, I mean, not to say that you're a horrible texter. We're not giving excuses to those things.
Mm,
But again, at the same time, like people just genuinely, there are people that genuinely like, nah, I just don't text. Or like, that's not on the front of my mind. You mentioned that he has ADHD. So I'm not saying I'm not
mm,
saying that he couldn't have focus to get your number and send a message, but is it
mhm.
possible with what you described that he got distracted? Is it possible?
Yes, I
You know what I'm
think,
saying? Don't
yeah.
like that's what I'm saying. So I'm wanting you to not be so of not to not be so caught up in your mind and in your head that like I don't know if he likes me. I don't like we really won't know until we give ourselves an opportunity to, remind him of our number and to send us a message.
But why
Okay?
don't you say that being confused is already an answer?
Well, because we have to measure what we're being confused by. Are we being
Mm,
confused by this person's behavior or are we confused because we're confusing ourselves?
you're right.
Every source of confusion does not mean that it's permission to walk away because sometimes the source of confusion is you, not them.
Yes, but don't you think like the date, I'm sorry, but the date was
Yeah.
on Sunday and today here in Germany it's like Thursday. Don't you think that a man would or
There it can be. Yeah, like so there is a guy like intentionally sure. But
like why do you
again,
drive 1.5 hours
mhm.
to see me and after this date, the only thing you can do is like snap me. Like you
Mhm.
don't even use my number. You don't say that you enjoyed it. You don't say
Mhm.
when we can see each other again. Like I
Mhm.
maybe I can accept that someone doesn't want me.
Or
Mm.
or again, I just want us to focus on some of these things. Or it could be that we just need to give this the fullest try. And the fullest try would be sending him a message on Snap saying, "Hey, I really enjoyed our time, our date. Text me at the number I gave you." And if he and now if we do that and there's nothing done, then okay, we
Mm,
actually do have more of an answer.
yes.
But we're right now, think about it, doing and this is kind of where I say, at your own discretion with your capacity, like we can stay in this state and be like, well, does he like me? Is this going to go somewhere? I don't want to be the man, all those things. But you
Mm-hmm.
kind of don't, nothing changes. We're just kind of going and ruminating circles in our mind about what we want to see versus what we feel we can do.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying we can interrupt that pattern by just simply sending a message, meeting him where he's at on the app, and we might be surprised. He could send the message, hey,
Mm.
like, yo, I totally forgot that you gave me your number.
Mm.
Like, I have talked to plenty of people in my life where it's like, yo, I forgot that I gave you my number, or I forgot you gave me yours. Like, again, I just used the Snapchat example. Like,
Mm-hmm.
she gave it to me, and then we kept conversations. I was like, I'm gonna use it. And I'm the type of person, to be honest, I'm not saying everybody is me, of course not. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm someone where, like, I can see a text message and I can be like, oh yeah, I see that. I read a portion of it, and I'm gonna respond to it and then not come back around to it because I get lost in the sauce in my day. I get
Yes.
lost in sauce in business and all the things. And so, like, yeah, like, that's a very possible thing. Now,
Okay.
again, someone I'm interested in, hey, I'm at the point in my life right now where I'm not dropping everything,
Mm-hmm.
but like, I'm paying attention to that. But I'm just saying, like, I think we don't know enough information on what that is because we just haven't given this a good chance. And we're kind of in our heads about it a lot. And I think it can get solved through one action: send the
Okay.
message and see what he does.
But would you say that his behavior from the day where we met to now
Mhm.
speaks for someone who isn't interested?
No, because you said that you guys he talks so much, right?
Yeah.
It was so much of a different and even better experience in person. So I
Hmm.
think because of that, there actually is a chance that it could be a little different. I'm not somebody that's trying to like spark false
No,
hope into you. Like, I
no,
really am
no.
not. And I know that sometimes it can come off as that because we're in a culture where people are just quick to leave and
No,
quick to
I
believe
mean
the worst.
objectively, like,
Yeah,
you know.
objectively, I don't believe it's because he's not interested.
Yeah.
I don't know. I honestly don't know, like, to what extent he is interested either. But I don't think
Hmm.
that perspective is like, oh yeah, nah, he's not interested.
Hmm.
Now, I
Yes.
think you have a better case if you send this message and then he doesn't use your number. Okay.
Yes.
Like,
Right.
do you know that there are stories uh now I'm gonna share this. I don't know the rapper's name and who this person is. She's, I think,
Mm-hmm.
married to
Mm-hmm.
now. There was a radio host, interview that they did together, and they explained how they met. He
Yes.
walks out of, she stopped by, I believe it was some fast food spot that he was at, and he took notice and was like, dang, she's bad. And so she walks out to her car. She's sitting in the car, and he goes out the door and
Mm-hmm.
knocks on her window.
Mm.
And she gives him, she didn't know how big of a deal she was, but she ends up giving him her number or some type of contact point that they got. I think it was her number. And he waited 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
He waited 2 weeks to send a message.
My God.
And that's so funny. and and they're married.
Oh my
Now,
God.
now I'm not saying that's everybody's case. I'm not saying that should be the rule. It's an acceptance to the rule. He had a plan in his head that he'll tell you to this day on every interview that, like, that
Mm-hmm.
was intentional because you had to play it smooth. You don't want to sound to this and to that. Even he fell into the trap of, like, I don't want to look
Mm-hmm.
like this. So that's why he delayed. And it just
Mm-hmm.
so happened that it turned out to be beneficial for them. They became best friends. They connected. They eventually got
Oh,
together, all the things.
yes.
But it's like, there are a plethora of examples where relationships don't necessarily start off in the way that everybody else is imagining them to start off for you. That doesn't mean you're in the wrong. And I want you to, this is a really good practice. Like, I want you to see this as a win-win for you. There's no way you can lose.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way you can lose here. If you send a message and then he's like, he doesn't respond, you still are cracking the code because, like, you're overcoming some of the overthinking that is happening in your mind. That's typical and that's normal, right? We're just
Mm-hmm.
dealing with it and noticing it. And guess what? You send the message, and then he ends up sending a message, if that's today, if that's tomorrow. And he's like, hey, I finally got your number locked in. Sorry it took me so long. Like, you're going to be like, wow, I was tripping for nothing. And you're going to be like, oh my goodness, like he actually texted, and you'll be so elated and ecstatic. You might wait till the end of the day to respond just because you can't believe it. But it's like, no, I just want you to be open to it. It's a
Yes.
beautiful place where you're at. And I don't want you to feel like
Thanks.
you have to cater to everybody else's expectations on what everyone else is saying a relationship should look like for you. And if a man's interested, he'll do these things, because that doesn't necessarily mean that the person you're dealing with isn't feeling those things.
Yes,
Sometimes we're
correct.
reading different things into the experience. And I think because it's not a lose-lose situation, like you don't lose an ounce of your womanhood. You're not being a man. You're not leading. You're not all these other things that people might say you are, if you reached out and reminded him that you gave him his number and just send a message there.
Okay, thank you, Sean.
Yeah. Yeah. And I want you to hit me. I'm so serious. I'm invested at this point. I want you to send me a message on the update. How does it go?
Yes,
Okay.
I will. I'm
How does
going
it go?
to.
Okay. Do you feel a little bit better?
Yes.
Yeah, I want you to feel okay. Like, even if this doesn't work, I want you to feel okay. Like, you go on a date with someone else, it goes well, you were excited. I want you to feel okay with sending the message and telling them how amazing. Guys, I'm gonna be so honest, y'all, and like, ladies, please hear me. I think the right man is gonna love the fact that you sent a follow-up message that you enjoyed your time. I know I have. I've gotten a kick out of it. Like, oh yeah. And I'm just like, oh, I had a ball too. We doing this again tomorrow? Like, what you got on your schedule? And I promise you, I'll move heaven and earth. I'll do my best. I will move heaven and earth and everything in between. I think there's just a bad stigma out here with so much fear that it keeps us from just connecting to people and being okay with saying we like their time and company. And also at the same time, being able to say that and not feel like it's an immediate commitment to marriage. You're not committing to him in marriage because you said you enjoyed your time. It's just, hey, I enjoyed it and I'd like to have a little more.
Yes,
And we
you're
can be
right.
okay with that.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Have
I hope
an
over there smiling now. Look at you.
yes.
All right. Yeah. Come on, man. That's what it's about. All right. So please hit me with an update
Yeah.
when things happen, and go from there.
I will. Thank you.
My pleasure. All right. Get you some
Bye.
rest. Take it easy. Come on, man. Put a 1 in the chat. Come on, man. Like, does that make sense? Does that make sense? I'm probably, can I be honest? Can I be honest? I'm probably, and y'all can tell me. Y'all can tell me. All right. I won't put words in your mouth. I might be one of the very few men you'll see that speak in that way. Like, that is completely, I live it, fam. Like, I live it. Like, this is, I got to the place in my dating world where I was like, I'm okay with letting homegirl know I want you. And like, if you don't feel the same, I'm not going to pressure you. But like, I want you. And like, let's go. Let's see where let's see where the rubber meet the road. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's see. And I think that is such a healthy thing, man. And I'm doing my hardest to return y'all back to these healthy dating streets, because that's healthy. I can tell you I like you, be authentic in everything I do. Yeah, Lauren, listen, you just missed an amazing conversation. I'm trying to get people to see, like, fam, I can listen. When you're moving in abundance, you do not mind letting people know you like them, you like their time, you like their company, and you want more of it. You just don't mind it. And if it's not received and it doesn't feel the same way, you're like, cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a beautiful thing. Like, fam, I want you. Let's go. And like, if you're like, I don't know, or of course, let's do it, or let's take our, like, fam, I'm with all the smoke. Call me what you want. What you won't call me is shackled. What you won't call me is in bondage. What you won't call me is trapped. No, fam. No, this is free. This is freedom. And this is what it looked like. Okay. 3 more callers. All right. 3 more callers because I want to respect y'all. Y'all been waiting for the longest. Okay. This has been a long stream and we're gonna get to it. All right. I got nah. Oh Lord. Y'all gonna have to hit me with some messages. I ain't gonna lie to you. So I said 3 callers earlier. No, I'm gonna stick with it. I got two. All right. So I know Eco. My man Eco. I appreciate your patience, man. You've been waiting on stream. How you living, champ?
I am doing great. How are you doing?
Man, I can't complain, bro. It's been a good day. What can
you hear me?
Yes, sir. What can I unpack with you, man? What's going on?
Well, first and foremost, I just want to give you some recognition and appreciation for what you do and what you're doing and the impact that you have on not only me, but all the people that's included in these live streams and that follow you. And I'd like to put a 1 in the chat for you just to give back to you for that. And seriously,
man, I appreciate you, bro.
I need to grab something because I've been making some notes and my brain is crazy sometimes, so I just jotted some stuff down.
Oh, bet. Nice.
So Psalm 101, I think verse 8 was really good, and I really did enjoy that. Just want to say that.
Oh, which one?
It was Psalms 101, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned earlier.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you. Yeah.
I think it was verse 8.
Yeah.
So I was around then. I've been taking some notes and stuff. So I know you got a lot of people. I'm not gonna take up a bunch of time mumbo jumbo, but I just want to say a couple statements, and then I do have a couple questions.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Go for it. Yeah.
So a lot of the times I feel like sometimes our identities and our own self-respect get lost and clouded in relationships. And I think it's very crucial and very important that we understand that not only me speaking for myself, but we all have our own identities. Because if you don't have an identity, then you lose things such as, what you like to do, what your favorite ice cream is, what your favorite movie is. And when you come to that realization, it's a scary feeling.
Yeah.
So I just want to say, don't shrink yourself to appease others. I don't think we should ever do that.
Agreed.
Don't. And I just wanted to make sure that you agree with that. Always respect yourself. And another one that I'm facing right now that is going to lead into a question for you is words do not always align with actions. Actions are the truth. I believe I heard you say earlier that, correct me on this because I didn't note this, but I believe you said that words are not fruit. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Words are not fruit. Actions are. Yes, sir.
Okay. So in my example, I've spoke with you before about this relationship. It's been a 2-year relationship, and I am a very open, I'm a very vocal, I'm a very transparent, and I'm a very truthful person when it comes to my dedication to my person. Okay? And the reason why I am that way and the reason why I speak that way is because I do have 2 daughters. And I understand the impact that I'm creating on molding little girls' brains in front of me. They will see what I'm doing, and then that will be shaped and molded into their future as to what their expectations are for a man and a relationship moving forward. I know that may sound a little bit like, well, yeah, if you know that, you know that. But sometimes we don't take that into accountability, and we put ourselves first.
Yeah.
So the reason I bring up words do not always align with actions. Can I give you an example?
Go for
it. Girlfriend started a new job. I'm a very, I can't control what somebody else does. It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter how much you worry. It doesn't matter how many texts you send. It doesn't matter if you go drive by their work 30 times a day and become a weirdo because of it. Your worry does not change what their decisions are going to be. It doesn't matter. Okay, so she started a new job at a bar, works late night, and made the statements to me to say, hey, I just want to let you know that, like, I'm not drinking at this job because I'm on some medications that do not work with alcohol. So I was like, okay, you know, thank you for letting me know. Because she said she has with me, she's like blacked out a few times on alcohol, and it's just not a good mixture.
Mhm.
Well, she asked me to come by, and last weekend she asked me to come by, and I go by there. I was like, I'll come by, you know. So long story short, I go by there. I pop in. I'm like, hey. Well, I walk in, and when I walk in, she's like wedged in between two security guards that work there, and she's drinking a beer, and she's got a shot next to it. And that rubbed me the wrong way. Did I overreact in that moment? No, because I'm very, very, I like to give things 24 hours at least before I react. And I know that sounds crazy. Like, okay, you can just do that. It came with experience.
Sure.
So like I seen it for what it was, and it hit me in my chest. And I was like, I don't like the way this looks, you know?
Yeah.
So what that said to me was, you told me one thing, your actions show another. I don't like it. Okay? And she saw that I didn't like it. One more addition to this. I'm trying to be quick and not take a bunch of time.
Yeah.
I hope I'm not. But so she says to me, hey, I don't really like this security guard that works there. He's never really touched on me or anything. Mind you, she's been there for 3 weeks. I don't really like him because he's like an older guy, and he just like the way he looks at me, and he like comments on my appearance all the time. Okay. Well, this is the security guard she's standing right next to that she's laughing with, interacting with. Again, words not aligning with the action. And I'm just observing. That's all I'm doing. I'm just observing the things that's said and the actions that are set in front of me. So, with all that being considered, my leading up question to just this right here is, sorry, I apologize.
No, go for it.
Apologize. One more thing. And this may or may not be perceived a certain way, and I want to make sure that I come across proper when I say this.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say wholeheartedly that this is one of those, man. I'm telling you, it's one of those things, okay?
Take your time.
Respect is huge. And it's not just a word. Respect, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the way she dresses in this environment, I'm not going to go into detail, but the way she dresses is attracting attention.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll keep it light, I'll keep it surface level, and you can get a picture of what that looks like.
Mm-hmm.
But she looks at me, and she doesn't even have to say this. I observe this. She says without saying, I know he's going to be there. I know he loves me. I know that he is not, what's the word I'm looking for? That I'm not insecure, because I'm really not. I know he's not insecure. I know I can come home. She's even said to me, I come home to you anyways. At the end of the night, I come home to you. I hate that. I think it's disgusting. I don't like the statement at all. But the way she presents herself and the way that those words and actions align do not match. Do you agree with that on this example?
I'm looking for you. What was that?
If I'm understanding correctly, the words are she wasn't drinking because she was on certain medication.
Mm-hmm.
And then the action was she was caught between a couple bodyguards with a beer in hand and a shot glass next to it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I do think this is a case where, obviously, I think on the surface, words words are not aligned
Correct.
or are aligning. Okay, I do think that's an example. I think I'd just be curious on, with her in that environment, why. If she was able to give an answer as to why she was in that space, why? What did she say, or what would she say?
Okay, so she felt my energy, and she looks at me, and she's like extremely moved by the fact that okay, so here's what happened. I'm not trying to be a know-it-all. She knew in that moment that that she messed up. You know what I'm saying? Like, she knew, and she was feeling guilty about what she done there. So that heightened the way that she felt about it. So she immediately looks at me and goes, "We can talk about this later." She was like, and her response was, "I'm here trying to make money to put a roof over my daughter's head." And I was like, hold on a minute. Let's reel this in. Like, I haven't even said anything to you. I was like, all I did was turn the corner and see you drinking. I was like, and, I haven't even made the first comment on this yet. And she's like, really? Because it's guilt. It is guilt. I'm sorry, but it's guilt. And so that's what she said to me. Sorry to go long-winded, but her response was, "I'm here trying to make money. We can talk about this later." That was kind of her response, which was abrasive and reactive and out of guilt.
And noticing that, do you think that changes any of your approach or response to the situation?
Do I think that it changes my response to the situation?
Yeah.
Okay, let me.
Curiosity.
Hey, you better be careful. Be careful. Sorry, I got a little girl on a tricycle riding down a hill right now.
You're good.
It's crazy. But so throughout this relationship, there has been many times where I have come to the realization that duck and dodge accountability all you want to, but there can't be a relationship without accountability. And we have gotten to a point. Oh, Rose came in here. Oh, sweet. I want to hear what she has to say. But I have come to the realization that ducking and dodging accountability will never get us anywhere. Okay, so she's I hate to throw labels out, but she's an avoidant.
Sure.
And she also shows really huge, and I know this word gets thrown around more than anything does, but she shows a lot of narcissistic tendencies, and it makes it really hard for me. I'm just gonna close this. I have shut myself out to the point to where I want to avoid conflict by just basically doing exactly what I said you shouldn't do. Don't shrink yourself to appease others.
Okay. No, that sounds pretty straight to the point. I have some thoughts, but I want to welcome on the stage, shout out to Rose and
Hey, Rose.
Saba. I'm not sure if I said that right, so please correct me if I'm wrong. You guys seem to have some thoughts to some of this. Again, as always, keep it respectful. But I'd love to hear what you guys have to say. Rose, why don't you start, and then Saba, you follow.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Welcome on. What's up?
Okay, so first I want to start off with I worked at bars before when I was single. Bars are not for women who are in relationships. That's my personal opinion, because there's too many men there. It's you're attracting wrong people. It's just it's definitely not safe sometimes as well. So, and her dressing that way, that's what we got to do when you work at a bar, because you want to make money. So you have to kind of look sexy, and you want that attention. So that's why I keep saying it's not for women who are in a relationship. Definitely not for women who respect their relationship.
That part.
What I was also going to mention is sometimes we would pretend like we're drinking, because Ben would be like, "Oh, I want to buy you a shot." I would put water, so that's what I was going to ask you. Like, was she definitely drinking? Was it definitely liquor?
She handed it to me. She handed me the beer.
And a shot.
The shot was just sitting there next to it. It was hers. She ended up taking it later, but she handed me the beer and said, "Here, try this. It's peanut butter and jelly stout," or something like that. And I was like, I'm good. Thank you so much, though. So yes.
Okay. So she already came off as a liar, to be honest. And she should have apologized, like straight up. Like, it's not how it looks, or you know what? Like, I know I told you this, but this is just a one-time thing, or what was her like excuse? I mean,
There wasn't one. I'll be honest with you. I don't know the last time that I've actually got an apology for anything.
All right. So you've listed multiple red flags.
Oh yeah, they're there. I'm currently, currently watching my daughter and her daughter while she works, and I love both of them. You know what I mean? That would be my choice for anything, But the whole time she's been at work today, I haven't got a single message. I haven't got anything. So, yeah. And a little bit. Okay. Okay. Rose, was you done?
Oh, I was just listening. I thought you weren't finished.
Oh, no. I don't want to go any deeper on that.
Okay.
It kind of feels like I'm throwing myself my own like trophy or something, and I'm just not that guy. So I do things out of generosity and actually want and care. I don't do them to say that I do them. It's the last thing that I do. In a little bit, whenever I get off this call, it'll be just a little bit.
Cool.
I mean, if you tried communicating with her, if she's not even apologizing, like she knows she messed up. She told you one thing, she did another. It looks bad. She's dressing bad. She's already showing you she doesn't respect you.
But the moment, and I know this is going to sound abrasive, and I know it's going to sound bad when I say this, but I'm just going to say it. The moment that I say, hey, I respect you as your own person, but it doesn't feel reciprocated to me in the way that you're dressing, it comes across immediately as what? Controlling. The word manipulation comes up every single time. You could be like, hey, the sky's blue. Are you trying to like manipulate me right now and like telling me the sky's blue? I'm just saying. You know what I mean? Like, do you
Can I ask how old she is? How old is she?
She's 25 and I'm 30. I'll be 31.
Okay.
Next week.
So she's young. I'm 37. So 25, I was like her. I was like, you're not going to tell me how to dress. Like, I'm me. This is how I was when you first met me, and this is how I'm going to be now. It's hard. It's hard because women, same thing with men, we have to learn on our own. So no matter what you say to her, she's going to think she's right.
Well, I want to say this too, because earlier, masculinity and feminine, I believe it was masculinity and feminine energy. So she was a single mother before I came into the picture. And one of the things that she really, really is huge about, and by the way, I honor it to a high degree, to a certain degree, but to a high degree, I admire it and I respect it, that you can be so independent. But whenever she blocks me from flourishing in my masculinity by blocking it at every single corner, I would have a question there on, it becomes a push and pull dynamic as to I'm independent. I don't need anybody to do anything. But yet it's like, again, I'm not throwing myself a reward here, but it's like, I mow your yard, I take your trash out, I clean your house, I make food, I do the dishes, I do all these things for you because, you're busy. Like she's trying to go to school. She's trying to go to esthetician school. She's doing the bartend thing. She quit a 6-year career to do something that she chose to want to do. I admire that. I think that's awesome that you are choosing to do a career that's going to serve you and something that you enjoy. But I also don't like the fact of the push and pull from masculinity to feminine by blocking someone that is wanting to step in, help your child, be a good role model for your child, and blocking it just for the sense of I am independent. I am working to put clock the T on my words here, because I know that's a big one. On I am working here to put a roof over mine and my daughter's head. You got it? I
Mm.
wasn't included there. Did you catch that?
Well, can't she get it? I mean, she would just be able to get another job, right? Like, I mean, is it a struggle finding a job, or like, wasn't the conversation that she come to you and say, hey, like, has she always worked at a bar? Like,
Never. No, she's worked for I don't want to say that. She's worked for a bank for 6 years and moved up in the company and got really stressed out and decided to take a leave.
desperate for money right now? Is that like the only option she had?
No, she's doing grocery delivery for a bigger company that we all know. They're everywhere. Makes money there. She's also getting a check from that company. So she's got multiple sources of income.
Okay.
We will. I promise.
Well, I'm going to leave this here and say this as nice as possible.
Okay.
But you're ignoring everything that you already know.
I got you.
You already know. Mm-hmm. You're just trying to ask people on what they think, but you already know. You already know. So it's like there's just, you got to have certain boundaries. You got to set certain boundaries for yourself, you know? And like, if she's not taking accountability, she's not apologizing, she's not even communicating, she's not understanding where you're coming from. Like, you could only do so much to try to get her to understand. But a woman at that age, she's young. And like, I know that, like I said, I used to dress like that. I used to have that same mentality. It took years, but I did it on my own. So nothing you say is going to change her. So it's either you accept it or you don't. A fight it's not going to change her. She's going to still think you're controlling. You know what I mean? Like, it's a mentality that like it comes with age and maturity. Like, you have to just be mature enough to realize I'm dressed in this way, and this is what kind of example am I setting? Am I like showing my man that I respect him by dressing this way? Am I showing my man that I respect him by working at a bar, knowing the type of environment? Like, I mean, I would try to have another conversation with her, and just depending on how that conversation goes, you know, it's pretty much up to you. But I don't think a conversation is going to change her. She's young. She's young-minded still. You seem a little bit mature. So maybe, I don't know, you guys are on like a different level maturity-wise, maybe?
I have been through an excruciating amount of things, in short. So that's why I am where I'm at. So, Sean, dude, I'm sorry for taking up your thing. And Rose, thank you so much for your input. Genuinely, like, I take all the feedback in a serious manner, not in a, well, I'm going to take it into the way I think, and that's what it's going. No, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Before you go, Saba, did you have any thoughts? Appreciate your input, by the way, Rose.
No problem.
I don't know if she maybe has her. No, she doesn't have her mic off because it would show, but she just commented.
Yeah, I think she turned it off. And
Saba or Saba?
Saba. I hope I'm saying it right. Let me know. She's figuring it out. Hold up. Okay. Maybe her mic isn't working. Definitely feel free to drop some comments, Saba. Yeah, okay, that's okay. Because we're about to wrap up anyway. I got these last two callers here, and then we'll get going. But it sounds like you got what you need, Eco. You know, I think it's just a matter of alignment. And if I have to force you to change in a different direction for this to work, then maybe it's not something that works at all. And I think it's something worth considering. I think what Rose shared could be some interesting insight and additional thoughts to consider as well. And yeah, I hope you got what you needed, man.
I appreciate it. Thank you all so much. Thank you for having me on here. Thank you for letting me share. And again, thank you for doing what you're doing, man, because you're helping a lot of people. It's a huge thing.
Hey, I appreciate the love. I appreciate the support as always, man. And again, you're always welcome, man. So be sure
Yes,
to
sir.
drop in, say something. Good to see
I'll let you get to the other two. You have a good night, brother.
Hey, man, you too. Appreciate you. Appreciate you a ton.
Good
Rose.
night. Bye bye.
Thank you. Take it easy.
Who are you talking to? I don't know.
All right. Hey, we appreciate you, Saba. Sorry your mic wasn't working. But I hope that made sense. Hope that was helpful. For those of you who listen, I think what she shared there was pretty fair for sure. And just something worth considering. All right. Andy, did you request up? Are you good? Let me know. Robin.
Hello.
It's been a minute. I appreciate your patience. How are you?
I appreciate you. Thank you. I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. I can't complain. It's a good day. And a good opportunity to keep connecting with y'all, man. So what's up? What can I help you with?
So my question is, like, how do I remain, like, I don't know, hopeful and with like the same abundant mindset that you have towards relationships and love in this like current climate of
Yeah.
things, like,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
like just a little bit of background. Like I was married for a long time, and got a divorce in the height of COVID. I got breast cancer, and it was cancer, COVID, and crazy. And I realized that I was married to a covert narcissist, and I don't say that lightly. My background's in, I'm a behavioral specialist, right?
Yeah.
So I knew that he was profoundly selfish and had these tendencies, but I was already in the marriage. I met him in church. I'm a Christian. And I stayed for a lot of reasons. But it came to a point where the divorce was necessary. I didn't want to get a divorce. I mean, I wasn't happy in the marriage, but you don't get married for happiness. I mean, at least I made a commitment before God and, all the things. So anyway, it's been almost 6 years since the divorce, and I got in another relationship kind of right after my marriage, and I wasn't really healed. No, I wasn't really ready for a relationship, but I don't know. I just tend to lose myself in relationships, and I'm just now starting to get to the point where, like, I don't need validation. I don't need to be in a relationship in order to feel, wanted or loved and approved. I get that from my Heavenly Father. But then on the other hand, like, I don't want to end up, I want to be in a relationship, and I don't want to end up by myself.
Yeah.
And I don't know if my standards are too high or what, but like, I meet people and they say they're Christians and they're like carnal, worldly Christians. And I did that already. And I'm not trying to repeat it. So they say they're a Christian, but they're not a follower of Christ. And not saying that I do it perfectly, because I'm not perfect. There are no perfect people. And my righteousness is not my own. I know it says righteous Robin, but it does not come from me.
Yeah.
But like, when I dig in or just ask a few vetting questions, they're smoking, they're drinking, they're fornicating, they're, clubbing, and it's just like, it doesn't get past I haven't been on a date in like 2 years. And it's not because not to sound like
No, I get
conceited
you. It's
or
not because you
anything.
can't get one. Yeah.
Yeah, I have, and there's interest, but it's just like, if I just peel the layer back a little bit, I'm just like, this is not for me, because I have a certain set of standards that I'm going to abide by. Like, I'm not gonna have sex with you if you're not my husband. I'm somebody's husband, and I'm not gonna cheat on my husband. I'm not gonna cheat on my husband with you. So I don't know. I'm kind of losing hope because I just haven't found anyone yet.
Yeah.
And I want to remain optimistic, but the truth is that, yeah, there are 7 billion people, but they're not all men. They're not all in my age bracket. I'm of the age that I don't want to have any more children. I'm past that age already. I just want to enjoy my life and do what the Lord leads me to do and travel and, enjoy my retirement when it comes with someone who can reciprocate love and like a healthy love. Like, I always meet these broken people who I'm trying to fix. And I'm not fixing anybody anymore. Like, that's not my role.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
So I hear your heart. I hear it. And I think there's a couple things that I'll say that you might have heard before. But I think it's just worth repeating. Number one is that God is the author of time. And because he's the author of time, we can't ever be out of time. It's just a focus and a perspective that I choose to carry towards that. I think that leads to the second thing, which is also realizing too that because we know God exists, and we know that a sacrificial love is something that is presented before us, in us, and through us. I think I tend to lean in the direction that such a love cultivated in said environment still is able to be found. Simply because he exists. But I don't want to put this in a conversation where we just throw Jesus glitter on stuff. Because that gets annoying.
Right? Because, like, he's not going to send me someone to my door and knock on my door.
There you go.
Right?
Right. And it gets annoying. It's like, oh, well, girl, enjoy your singleness. Or, singleness is a gift, or all these other kind of things. And that's not where I'm at. I want to say this because I think the biggest part about the lack of hope. Thank you for the heart meet, Ginger. It's so good to see you in here, sis. I hope our call yesterday was dope. I know we finished all that. I'm excited to still hear from you. So I think at the heart of it, is where I was going, is that the doubtfulness that you can find it isn't necessarily as you recognize. I think there's a sense of you that recognizes that it's out there, just hard to find. Takes a little bit more time to find all the things. But I think at the core of it is an identity. Not necessarily an identity, maybe issue, as much as something that just just to bring up some curiosity. Because I want you to think about it like this. What is it that what does Robin have to believe in order to not even necessarily be hesitant? I don't think I heard you say that. But what does Robin have to believe that gives her permission to feel like finding what she wants is too much or hard to find?
That's a good question.
If you don't have an answer now, it's okay. I just think it's something worth considering, because here's the thing. Now, this is where I get the privilege of diving into my nerded out type of tendencies. The beautiful thing about the brain and about the body is that there's a such thing in your brain called the reticular activation system. And this is literally designed in a way to bring what you've basically rehearsed into your reality. What I mean by that is that your brain, over time, based off of the things you rehearse and you just ruminate on over and over again, your brain will quickly develop the habit of highlighting what agrees with what you believe in.
Right.
So if I rehearse over time that all men are dogs, ain't no good men out here, and all the things, whatever experiences I have that might shed light to that, over time, I'm only going to look for those things. Not because that's all that's there, but because that's all I've been conditioning myself to be able to see.
Right.
So this is where you'll go on dates and you only point out red flags. You'll never acknowledge good in them. Self-sabotage, fear of rejection. I'd rather isolate, can't trust no man, all the things. Right. And I think because we recognize that can go in that direction, I think it's beautiful to be able to recognize that it can go in the opposite. Where if we were able to rehearse the possibilities of things going right, the possibilities of finding the healthy love where someone is appreciative of us being in their life, being connected to us, and they would do nothing to jeopardize it. Being able to envision ourselves in a connection with someone and encapsulating those feelings and holding that emotional tension, resting in that because we recognize we can experience that in our today. That's what actually keeps the hope alive to be able to encounter it in the future. Because ultimately what we're after is a feeling.
I think that the fear for me is that if I've been through so much negative things in my life, I think the fear behind that, and I know we shouldn't do anything in fear, but in faith and
forget about
hopeful.
what we should do. Can I say this before you go?
Mm-hmm.
That I think is one of the biggest reasons why I address things the way I do, because I think there's a lot of different stigmas and quick sayings that we can be quick to say over ourselves, over what we shouldn't be versus what we are.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a legitimate scientific fact that you cannot outperform your self-image.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that we are some Bible believing folk, and we know God can do it. God can change it. God, and that is all true. But there's a reason why we have so many people who are quick to, again, shout, dance, and recite over scriptures, only for them to not even be in a position to receive it because they don't believe it would work for them. A lot of people's Christianity is limited to emotionalism and what they experience in church, not because it's something that they fully embody.
Mm-hmm.
And so if we can believe and, we can say, oh yeah, we're fearfully and wonderfully made. God has made us and all these things. But if you have rehearsed for so long, like we went back to the reticular activation system, that you're ugly, no one wants you, you're not this, you're not that. It's not to say that God's word is null and void, because it isn't. We have to go back and retrain our nervous systems in a way that becomes receptive to that belief, instead of counteractively trying to integrate this new belief into old programming without dealing with the old programming that got us here. Mm-hmm. And so when you're going and you're like, yo, the fear is this, I think it is completely like, and I don't know if you've heard this from someone who is a believer on these kind of spaces. I think it is completely okay to acknowledge that that's there and not throw Jesus glitter on what we should be. Because you've been through a lot.
Giving me that. I have. Thank you for giving me permission.
Yes, you've been through a lot. You've been through a lot. Like, this isn't easy. If this was easy, everybody would move like this. So you were saying that there was a fear of what?
Of it not manifesting, right? So it's not coming to pass. And, you kind of talk your way out of it. Well, maybe that's not the Lord's will for my life. Maybe, I'm supposed to be single, forever. Jesus is my husband. And
oh, Lord. Oh.
Stay in that space. And I'm like, Lord, but I don't, I love you.
Mm-hmm.
But
and I want somebody.
I want somebody to love you with.
You know what I'm saying?
But there were some things that, God taught me, during this time, because I did have, my marriage was an idol. My man was an idol. My family was an idol to me. And when it all fell apart, I if it wasn't for the Lord, I don't know where I would be. But he showed me that I was putting things before him. And now that I have things back in their right order, I'm like, I don't know. I just don't know if I'm running out of time and it's not going to happen for me. I spent like 2 years after my divorce, like training a 45-year-old man and showing him how to label his emotions so that, because he had emotional issues. He was a good guy, but he didn't know how to regulate his emotions, and that's what I did for a living. But it ultimately, you can't make something, work with an avoidant person who does not take accountability for their mistakes. And I just don't want to be in that space where I'm like constantly fixing somebody. I'm like, oh, if he just fixed this, he would be perfect for me. But then I don't want to be too picky. Like, he had everything else. Like, he was a Christian, and we were waiting, and financially he could sustain himself, and me, but I sustain myself. But anyway, I'm not looking for, yes, he was 6'2", but I'm not looking for like a 6'2", man who, earns 100,000 plus, but you do need to be financially responsible. You do need to be able in your old age, because I'm not young anymore. When I married my ex-husband, we both had nothing. We built everything we had together, and that was fine. And after, I worked 2 jobs. He was getting his MBA, and I was supposed to finish my schooling, but that never happened. So I built a man up from nothing, and then spent everything that I built for 18 years with him on defense attorneys. So all the wealth that we created, my home was gone. My health was gone. My family was destroyed. All, well, I don't know. It happened very slowly and then all at once, because the cancer in 2020 gave me clarity with what I was dealing with. Because I always said to myself, well, if it was something serious, I was over functioning, working, raising the kids, doing everything, coming home and cooking, and all the things to keep my family together. And then when I got sick, he went to one doctor's appointment. One. And like everything fell apart then, because I said, wow, like, this Negro really never cared about me. But it's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but it's God has healed me. But anyway, my point is that, I don't know, what was my point? Sorry, I have ADHD too.
No, it's okay. Listen, it's a safe space, man. We here processing together.
So I don't know. It gave me clarity with what I was dealing with, and then all of these things that he was doing behind my back came to light, and I didn't have a. I mean, I'm like, there's certain things that you can't do to me and me still be with you. Like, if you cheat on me and if you put your hands on me, we're done. I don't care how long we're married for. We're done. If I can't trust you in those areas, like, we don't have a marriage. But everything in between I put up with, and I put up with a lot of stuff that I shouldn't have put up with, but I did because I didn't want to destroy my marriage.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't want to be a fixer anymore.
Understood. Yeah. Do you feel like you've grieved that relationship fully?
It comes and goes. Like, grieving is not linear, but like when I'm done with him, but like I had to grieve my hopes for the future, right? My hopes for my family, when the kids get married and what that would have looked like. And, you know,
Yeah. There's a lot of
you
layers.
know,
There's a lot
being
of layers to the
there was a
gravy.
lot of right. There were a lot of things that I had to grieve in terms of him. Like, yeah, no, there's no hopes of us ever reconciling or getting back together.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't in love with him when I think it would have hurt way more if I was like romantically in love with him when all of this happened.
Mm-hmm.
But I wasn't because of the things that he had done to me throughout the years.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was just like a lot of covert abuse. And I didn't even know, and I was just like, I was so like ashamed of myself because like I didn't even know that I was in an abusive relationship until it culminated into this very horrible thing that happened on our 15-year wedding anniversary that there was no coming back from. Zero, zero coming back from. But I knew that he was profoundly insecure. This was after we got married. I knew that he was profoundly selfish. And I tried to work all of that out for a lot of years on my own.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen. And I was very angry at God because I felt like I did everything right. And I met him in church and, we didn't drink, we didn't smoke or whatever. But then over the years, he started drinking, he started doing drugs, he started doing a lot of things behind my back that we didn't, but what am I going to do? I'm going to divorce you because you want to smoke weed or you want to go out drinking with your friends? I'm not going to divorce you over those things because you can't control anybody else. But then I started, trying to control him because I wanted to keep my marriage from falling apart. But you can't control anybody else, right? You can't control anybody's behaviors. The only thing you can control is yourself and your responses. But to answer your question, yeah, I think I'm over the marriage. Sometimes, I get sad. The kids get sad and they're like, I remember when dad was like this. And we were all duped to a certain extent. I saw more of his ways than they did because I was trying to, shield them from his toxicity. But the kids fell apart. They were like, what happened to my dad? And I was just like, when it was a lot. It was a lot. He was always like that, but the mask fell off. The mask fell off and they saw who their dad really was and it hurt them. It crushed them.
Yeah. Is this your first time talking about all this in a while?
In a while. Yeah. I mean, I was in therapy before everything happened and then after, but I don't really talk about it much.
Yeah. How did it feel to talk about it like that? How does it feel?
I think it feels good to talk about it in a safe space and yeah.
So there's a short answer and then there's maybe a little bit of a longer answer to your initial question, because I think there's a lot that you mentioned that's coming up and coming out that I don't ever really think I don't think it disqualifies you from putting yourself in position to experience a healthy love and all of those things. I do think there maybe still can be some lingering effects from it that we just want to take notice of. It's not to say we need to go through a whole journey of figuring things out and it's another few years. Like, nah, we're just paying attention and being aware of moments when that stuff comes up. Because the short answer is a couple things. Number one is that it doesn't sound like from what you described, no, your standards are not too much. You're in a different season of your life. And because you're in a different season of your life, it requires someone who has the capacity to navigate with you in that season. Needs change, desires change, and someone has to be willing to have that type of capacity. So you're no longer in the days of, hey, I'm here to build with you. That doesn't make
Right.
you less of a woman or less of a godly woman because that's where you're at. No, that's where you're at. That's what you need. I need someone who
Thank you.
is, yeah, you need someone who's financially stable. A lot of people don't realize, especially with part of these conversations, is that depending on your needs, it does affect who's available and who's not. Um, obviously you'll hear a lot of age gap. Um, I think everybody has their preferences and perspectives on that. Of course, I am not someone who thinks like a 20-year-old should be with a 50-year-old at any point. What do you have in common? Like, what is there? But I do know that there are people who date up, and people who date down based off of availability, emotional availability. What do they have as values? And there are a few year differences. It's not anything crazy. And I've told people, hey, like, okay, these are what you say you need. So then this is kind of more of that bracket that you want to put your time and attention into, to invest into, because it just matches what you need or what you say you're after, the lifestyle you say you want, all the things. And I bring that up because, again, your needs shift, needs change. And I think when it's told that it comes off as too much, it does leave a sour taste in one's mouth, and believing that, okay, so then that just, I'm only qualified because I am able to make room for something that I feel like goes against where I am in the season of life I'm in. That can't be the answer. And so that I think is more so of a direction for the short term. I also think short term too, in addressing this is, again, I have a lot of different opportunities because I spend a lot of time breaking this stuff down. Like, I wish in a lot of ways I could just take what I got and just give it to you in like a nice little potion. And, you take a drink of that, a drink of this Kool-Aid, and then boom, you got it, download it. God give it to her. But we know, um, when you ask God for things, he doesn't give it to us directly. He just gives us opportunities to step into it. Right.
Right.
And I think this is a moment where we're invited into that. And this is kind of what encouraged me to build the secure program. This is what encouraged me to invest in different programs that I got within it. Various resets and all the things to deal with perspectives that challenge some of that openness and abundance we want to have, because a lot of it isn't internal work and our view of the matter that makes a difference. And sometimes those experiences can obviously have a toll on us because it creates different meanings and different identities that form over time that makes it hard to transition and move forward. Long answer I'd like to give to you in an analogy. Are you up to hear that?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm available.
Yeah, let's rock. Okay. So what's your favorite jewelry store to go to?
Oh gosh, I'm not into jewelry, but
That's
if I
beautiful.
had to pick one, I don't know.
Let's rock with K Jewelers. That's on the top of my mind.
Okay.
Okay. Every kiss begins with K. So K Jewelers is a beautiful spot. Has a lot of dope jewelry. I'm sure there's so many other places that got it just as lit. And you notice when you walk into the jewelry store, everything is kind of cased up,
Hmm.
right? On these long glass cases, fingerprints all over the thing because everybody's pointing to something, touching it, trying to feel and get their way to that ring, that earring, watch, necklace, whatever is being displayed.
Kendra
And
Scott. Sorry. Okay, there is one. I like Kendra Scott.
Kendra
I
Scott.
know it doesn't matter with the analogy, but I
Yeah,
was
Kendra Scott. I don't
still
know if I've
thinking.
ever heard of Kendra Scott. What it
Oh
so
yes, they're,
dang,
they're
I
nice.
gotta step my game up. Hold up. So
I
Kendra
don't know.
Scott. Well, that's good.
Okay, Kendra
That's
Scott.
good.
Yes.
Kendra Scott. Okay, let's rock. Um, so we could probably even use this because I'm sure most jewelry stores do this. Obviously you have the display cases, you can see all these things, but typically when they have like a special going on, you know, maybe it's a specific watch they're selling or a specific, piece of jewelry that they're wanting the people to have. It might be in a more specific display case where it's kind of like all by itself. If it's in the back of the jewelry store, front of the jewelry store, whatever the case is. And what do you initially feel like or see when you come across a specific jewelry item that's in its own individual case and is displayed for everyone to see? What do you typically feel when you walk
That
across that?
it's special and set apart.
I like that. And I think you're not alone in thinking that. And we also recognize too, right, in that same setting that yes, it's set apart, it's special, it's cased up because not everybody can be trusted. Not everybody can handle this type of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's really something that regardless of what the price is, the person that is really invested into this item understands the price that that item carries and makes a willing decision to pay that price to have what they're after.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to go a little further with this analogy because there's a few different people that come across this item that's displayed specifically in the store that people walk past all day, every day. And only one person intentionally puts in the effort to purchase and buy. So you have type A of an individual that will give it a glance but keep moving. And those are type of the people that are walking around in the malls and the stores and every store they walk into that they're saying, I'm just looking because that's all I got is just looking energy. I don't got no money. I'm not here to purchase anything. We've all had those seasons. I'm just looking, just chilling. Okay. No real intentions. And then we have type B. That's a person who sees this watch, sees this piece of jewelry and actually pauses and takes a look at the price. And when they take a look at the price, they think one of two things. That's way too much for this jewelry because I can think of millions of different reasons and different things to do with that type of money.
Mm-hmm.
Or they look at it and they go, dang, like I don't have it. I'm going to be so honest. That jewelry costs $1,000. I only got 200 in my pocket right now. I really just don't got it. I don't have what it takes to live up to what this price is asking me for. And then you have type C. Type C is that type of person that sees the watch, sees what it costs, and to some extent feels like they got enough swagger to go to the clerk and be like, yeah, so I see the price on that, man, but what can you do for $650? They try to discount the watch. They try to negotiate the watch's price. And they got away with words. They real smooth. They real slick. But ultimately, that clerk is not budging because the price is the price. And the person who has the capacity to actually buy this will do it. Which then brings type D. And type D is the lone soldier because type D has the wherewithal, has the money, has the pricing, knows what it takes, knows what's required, and is willing to make that purchase. And we don't really know to what extent when type D shows up. We just know type D is around somewhere because he has the capacity to make that purchase. I say all of that because in this type of season where we are very picky and very, very, and as we should, because the bar's in hell. Seriously, the bar's in hell. So we should be picky in a season where we are very intentional with the time that we have, and we're very intentional about where and who we spend that time with. There's a few things that we have to recognize when it comes to experiencing this format of dating today, or this format of building relationships and this format of abundance love that we want to have. This is the perspective that we have to carry and ingrain in ourselves to give ourselves the freedom to display ourselves. Obviously nothing crazy, but the freedom to display ourselves, to be chosen, and to be kept. This is the format. We recognize everybody that walks past and doesn't choose us fits in one of the 3 categories I just gave you. Everybody who looks at you, listens to you, hears you, and still keeps moving and has no intentions on investing is actually somebody who probably fits that I'm just looking around.
Mm-hmm.
I'm playing. I'm not really being intentional. And that's something that we don't take seriously because you weren't a serious buyer in the first place. Your intentions weren't serious, weren't clear. No need to take that personally. Type B fits the description of the individual that might want to get a closer look, right? Might want to take some time, have some conversation, might go on a date, but it might not go past that date because I'm listening to you, I'm seeing you, I'm listening to where you are, and I'm going to just be so honest, man. Like, you're amazing. I just don't have the capacity to be able to handle that, what that comes with you. And realize how none of that gets the clerk from the watch perspective to knock down the price because somebody who doesn't have the capacity to support this says, I don't have capacity to support this. That price stays the same. And we keep it moving.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody
There's
is
not a lot of men who are that self-aware, by the way. There's very, very delusional men
very
who
delusional.
see the shiny object in the case and think that they can,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
and they think
do
they
it,
can.
and they mismanage you, and they can't.
Absolutely. And that's why you, as the clerk and the valuable price, the valuable person that you are, sometimes the clerk has to make the decision and be like, yeah, so we're not going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Because you notice how when type C comes around and he start negotiating and he like, what you can do for $650. Well, now we're not talking about the watch no more. We're talking about that earring down there. No. But I want that watch. I heard what you want, but you're not getting that because that's not what it costs. You got to go down there to get that earring because that's what that costs. That's what you're looking for. Because the clerk recognizes that because you are trying to negotiate down, either you're unwilling to pay what this costs or you just don't have it. And either way, that's not my concern. My concern is making sure that this gets sold what it's worth. And so instead of engaging with this negotiation with you, I'm just going to make the decision for you. No. Oh, come on, man. You know, we can make this thing work. No. Oh, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, this could look real good with my red suit and everything else. No. Because I'm making the decision. And this isn't going on discount. You don't ever see Lamborghini have Black Friday sales.
No, you do not.
Because the price is the price. And you're going to pay it. And I'm so confident in my ability to recover that in the event that someone says no, I'm at peace. And in the event that someone says yes and it later becomes a no, I can stay at peace. Because I have the tools, not from just a place of prayer and going to church. No, I have legitimate emotional regulation tools to be able to live through this and not give you permission to take me out of here.
Yeah, I have to work on that part.
The confidence
because
to
I stay
recover.
too long. I you know.
Yeah.
I
Confidence,
stay
the
too
confidence to
long.
recover has to be greater than your fear of failure. That's what we're working on. Tangibly. Because staying too long, and hear me when I say this, sometimes we might guilt trip ourselves in some way because we stayed too long. But staying too long is very much subjective. Because some people have the capacity to stay longer than others to see something through.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas some people don't, and they just choose because I don't know where else to go or I'm afraid of starting over. When you're on that end, staying too long is like you've been there way too long. I don't care if way too long was 2 weeks. You've been there way too long. Because your decision to stay didn't come from a place of abundance. It came from a place of lack.
Yes.
There you go. Right? Yeah. And so we have to ask ourselves these questions. Hey, am I making this decision from a place of lack or from a place of abundance? Because the abundance version of myself, the same version of myself that's living life abundantly as Christ has given, is not leading these conversations with my insecurities and what I can't do to give you no other option than to say no to me. This abundance that I've been promised and given is actually giving me permission to be authentically me and be okay with whatever result you choose.
That's so good. Yeah.
Because I'm not waiting for you to give me permission to love. I'm choosing to love regardless. And your response lets me know where you are, not who I am not. I want to finish this analogy before I get to preaching in here, and then I got to shut everything down. Okay.
So good. So good. Yes.
So you got type A, type B, type C, all of them that are no good, all of them that say no for different reasons, which gives us reason to not take every rejection personally because we recognize it's either about preference or preparation. They either prefer something different or they're not prepared. Either way, it's not about you.
Right.
Then comes type D. And, the clerk is actually pretty aware of who really looks like they have the capacity to deal with this, and they don't judge it. I want you to pay attention to this. So good. Oh my goodness. I don't think I've said it this way, but I will today. The clerk typically has an awareness of who has the ability to purchase what is being asked. And it's not necessarily by the clothes the person wears. It's not by the amount of jewelry this person is flashing. The jeweler sees this every day. People come in with all type of shiny stuff and can't afford not a lick of nothing in there. Right? He's not judging this by who's on his shoulder. He's not judging this by the walk and the swagger. He's judging this not even by words. Oh, yeah. I'll be back. Yeah. I'll be back. Don't even worry about it. I'll be back by the end of the day. End of the day come, they don't ever show up. Oh, yeah. No, bro. Like, man, if I'm being real, bro, that's easy money, man. I got bread for days. I can take that. He didn't heard all that. He knows somebody has a capacity by their character, integrity, motion, decisiveness, clarity. He knows they have it. Because when they show up to that counter, there ain't no, I don't know. There isn't a, well, shoot, let me make a call. He knows that this person has a capacity because when they get to him, they know exactly what they want. They know exactly how much it costs. And they don't need no further negotiating on what this is. I know what it is. Take me to the register. I'm ready to purchase.
Amen.
Because it came with clarity. It came with decisiveness. It came with alignment. As the jeweler, you have a responsibility of protecting that which is of most value, which is you yourself. And you have a responsibility to be able to know who has the capacity and who doesn't. And that doesn't necessarily mean that we need to walk around second guessing, overreacting, or not feeling like we can trust our decision making. That comes with time as we build ourselves up with this self-trust to trust our decisions, all the things. But this really looks like you stepping in and being decisive on knowing what you want, what you need, and paying attention enough in observation to who's in front of you, to the character and integrity that is displayed to you, that gives you leverage to make a decision. Because oftentimes the person that you're looking for is, let me say it like this, oftentimes people that you may encounter are trying their hardest to be connected to you and don't even realize that you're observing them to see how much they can actually withstand being connected to you. I know you want this, but I'm not giving this to you because you want it. I'm giving it to you because I know that you, through your behaviors, can handle this. That's a different level of movement. And that starts with allowing our internal world to lead our external. That starts with us moving with this secure identity that isn't just tips and tricks, but our ability to actually regulate and relax and have confidence in who I'm called to be and who I'm designed to be, that's greater than what anybody else is trying to present themselves to be for me. This abundant love started for me when I recognized that I will never be more loved than how Christ loves me.
Amen.
So
That's so true.
what is amazing is whoever I encounter, the best you can do is reflect it. You can't do better.
Mm-hmm.
So now that I've become in this place of rehearsal and identity and all those things from spiritual places, sure. But how this played out in practicality was now I'm given permission to take rejection and not take it personally. I'm able to step into places where I don't have to question my identity because you said no. And I'm constantly running into an error answer in my calculator because I did all the right things for you to just say no.
Yeah, that's good.
No, like you have the full freedom to do that. And that doesn't change how I love. And you aren't going to, you not that powerful to keep me from loving in a healthy way because you said no. You told me all I needed to know, and that's okay. I'll move on. I'll cry, whatever I need to do, but I'll move on. And we'll be cool. I'm given the capacity to choose that. And in this day and age, as you're making decisions to choose who makes most sense for you, you're going to find the man who can set the tone for you and you can reflect the temperature until he shows you that you set the tone and you lead there.
Okay.
And the man who can show you that he has the ability to not just hold that, to not just take that from you, but also adjust the tone that is fluctuating for the both of you that reflects your values. Now you get to fall back into fluctuating the temperature and allow him to lead and allow everything else to fluctuate. I don't want you to put yourself on a discount because somebody who doesn't have the capacity to handle you thinks of so many other different ways to deal with, feels free to do everything else but to invest in you. It feels like it's the better move. I don't want you to put yourself on discount and put yourself on a discount rack because people just don't have what it takes anymore.
Thank you. Thank you.
I want you to stand firm in what you know you need for this season of your life, because I genuinely believe when you walk with God, you cannot be late. I genuinely believe that.
Amen.
There is something to the promise he gives where your later years will be greater than the former years. You know what all that predicated off of in that context in one simple word? Alignment.
That's good. And he gave me a word before I went through all of this in 2020. And I didn't know what I thought he was talking to me about, my marriage, because it wasn't what I had hoped for. Mm-hmm. So he told me that he will restore the years that the locusts have eaten. That's the word he gave me. And I was like, oh, cool, Lord. Like, yes, you're going to restore all those years of unhappiness and crying and blah, 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 and being mistreated and doing all of this. And then my entire universe fell apart. And I was like, oh, I didn't, Lord, I didn't know you were talking about that. But that's what held me as an anchor going through the things that, I went through. Because he will restore. And I mean, he will restore.
He will restore. But his restoration is not dependent on a time clock that we've created in our heads about how much longer we have to make this work. His restoration was never measured by the biological clock that we created. It was never measured by the timeline and timetable we created. I just said at the beginning that he's the author of time and outside of time. Therefore, we what? Can't run out of time.
We can't run out of time. You're right.
So what we lean in here is building the confidence through healthy tools to be able to put yourself in position to be received, to be chosen, to be loved, And in the event that that doesn't happen the way you want it, you still can walk freely, abundantly, and at peace. That starts at an identity level. Not trying to change these men out here, not trying to change the dating pool out here. It starts with my inward and what I'm focusing on. I could look at the ghosting and say, wow, all women are trash. Or I could look at the ghosting and say, that just wasn't the right one. And I know the right one for me is going to make room for me and not just disappear on me. One lane will create a whole train wreck of failed relationships, isolation, and wounds. Another lane will actually give you access to the love and relationship you really want because it started with you. Because healthy you brings out healthy relationships.
That's good. Yeah.
So here's what I want to offer you. Because I work with people in this space. I don't know if you can tell. And
just a little.
Just a little. Yeah, I know. It's a little hidden in there. But I actually would love to send you a document when I close the stream because I think it'll actually explain a path that'll be really helpful to putting some of this stuff in applicabilities and off of high spiritual shelves so you can actually digest it and then see a difference in your dating life.
Okay, I would love that.
You will love that? I'm
Yes,
going to send it to
thank
you. Okay. As soon as this stream closes, and we'll make the most of it. Okay.
Thank you for taking my call. And I apologize to everybody else because I was running my mouth in the chat talking about keep it concise so that he can get to me. That was very self-serving. And then I gobbled up a bunch of time.
Listen.
So I'm sorry.
No, listen, this is what's
and
needed.
I'm sorry for being a hypocrite.
This is what's needed, right? These are the spaces that are needed. I'm not here to rush you. I got one more call. I'm gonna take Andy, and then I'm gonna get on out of here. Everybody else, hey, listen, send me a message, get on my books. Send me a testimonial of how you felt this live stream was helpful and beneficial to you, because I would love to actually give you a free session by way of your testimonial. So send me a testimonial via video or written. Video 1 to 5 minutes. What's been helpful? What's been impactful? Would you recommend to other people? And send me the keyword testimonial, and I'd love to get you the free Calendly to book your session. Free session on me. All right, so make sure to do that. And for you, I will follow up with that document, and we're going to get things going. Was this helpful?
Thank you. It was very helpful. Thank you so much.
Come on.
I appreciate it.
All right, I'll follow up with you shortly.
Okay, bye.
Take it easy. Hey man, y'all put a one in the chat for Robin. Them kind of conversations is what builds us up. Okay, it's what builds us up. It's what makes a difference. One day at a time. One day at a time. Oh, we got camera. I appreciate you. Come on, man. Like you done got up here and got on the camera with your boy. Oh, it's Shucky Ducky. What's happening? Okay, can I put you on the main screen?
Sorry, my voice is a bit thingy. Yeah, of course.
Nah, it's cool. I'm gonna put while you're
right
talking, I'll put you on the main screen. And
no, like the main screen, like the actual
bow.
Okay.
And we're gonna get you.
Hey,
okay. I got you. We're gonna walk through this together, okay?
All right. Well,
I appreciate your patience so much.
I appreciate you so much, genuinely. Like I've seen your stream come up a few times over the past couple weeks.
Yeah.
And I just feel every time I listen, like everything that the advice that you give people, the energy, the light that you bring. I love the fact that you refer to the Bible as well. I just love it. I love the energy, and this whole conversation, because I've been here this whole stream today, and I feel so in alignment with everything that with every single conversation that you've had with people, and now I'm the last one. So yay! Shout out to you. Thank you.
Heck yeah, I appreciate you a ton. Listen, I know it's not easy waiting on streams like this.
No, it's cool. I'm in London, so it's 1 a.m, but I'm normally up at this time anyway.
Yeah, we save the best for last. I know it. Yeah, we save the best for last. London time is wild.
That's why I had to put my camera on. I'm like, hey,
I appreciate you, man. That's what's up, man. And I appreciate the kind words, and I'm really glad that it's been helpful. I've noticed you've been supporting and showing up in the chat.
Yeah, thank you.
It means everything. And so I appreciate you a ton. What can I be of help for you today?
Well, I've taken something from every conversation you've had, like I said already, but especially the last conversation that you just had with Robin. I'm very much in alignment with her experience as well. Me personally, I feel like I've lived so many different lifetimes at once. Like I just turned 32. Um, um, I was in a relationship for 14 years. Well, it would have been 14 years this March, but all right. I always go into so much detail, so I'm glad that you left me to last.
Hey, go into it. Take your time.
Right.
I know it's all context.
Right, exactly. So I'll just go from way back. Like you were saying about people having access to you, right? I've learned throughout my life how much, especially now, like how much access people, how much, you know, sorry, I'm thinking so much right now because I didn't actually expect you to actually answer the call.
I got you. Come on, man. Let's go. Let's rock. Take your time.
Right, so I'm a person that always likes to help people. I always like to compliment people, even strangers on the street. I talk to people all the time. I'm always uplifting people and stuff like that. Like I give a lot of my energy to people, right? But I feel like in my life it's not been reciprocated so much like it has, but then it gets to a point where people expect so much of me that when I'm going through things in my life and I can't give them what they kind of want and expect from me, it's kind of like that's when people start to like pull away kind of thing. And I'm just I'm in a season in my life now where I live basically, like I said, I'm 32. I was in a relationship for 14 years, so from when I was 18. During that time, like before I met my partner at the time, I moved out when I was like 16. So I've just been, like I lived in a hostel. Obviously, like I said, I lived in London, so it's a whole different kind of life. But I lived in a hostel. I've moved around like quite a lot. I lived with my partner and his family for a couple years. But the relationship was like we kind of trauma bonded quite a lot. Like I met him during the time where I was living in the hostel. In one of the conversations earlier, the ladies were talking about working in a club. I used to work in a club, but that was before I met him. So anyway, we got into a relationship. His mask started to kind of drop a little bit after that. And I just kind of skipped all the red flags because of just like where I was in my life. Like he just, he's a good person. I could see that he's got a good heart. He was really supportive and stuff like that. But then when we like a year later into like the relationship or like a couple years later, I started to notice how toxic he actually was. And like it would just because I was like not I wouldn't well I would say abandoned, but I was estranged from like my family and stuff like that for a long time through choice because I just felt like I'm Colombian, but obviously I was born here in London, but my family came from Colombia. But like Latinos are very much critical, but it's always like they say to you like, oh, but it's coming from a place of love. Like I say it to you because I love you, but it's like, no, you're telling me things as a child that I shouldn't be listening to, I shouldn't hear, kind of thing. Yeah. So it's like that's why, like I said, it got to a point in my life where I moved away at a young age, kind of like cut my family off. But then when I got into a relationship with him, it was very toxic, but I kind of just stayed through it. And then it was like 14 years. But then now we've got 3 children. So it's like things kind of like over the past couple years, things were getting like a lot worse, like mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually. Like I very much believe in God, and I feel like I know in my heart, my spirit, that God is what has allowed me to be here in this moment still, like, and trying to raise my children. But it's like I can't kind of like imagine, I can't believe that I'm here at the same time, like now being a single mom with like my 3 children. They're all really, really small. Like I had them fruit like back to back. So it got to a point where while I was pregnant with our son, my last child, Sorry, my brain. I'm trying to not get into the
No,
emotions. I'm trying to
it's
just
okay.
stay like
It's
stay
okay.
focused.
It's okay.
Well, it got to a point where because obviously like we had our first daughter during COVID. But obviously we was in a house together. It was like a very beautiful time with our child firstborn and all of that. And I believe that, and I've heard it before as well. I don't know if you've ever heard of Gabor Mate. I don't know if that's how you say it, but he's like I don't know. He maybe just like I'll Google it or something. Yeah.
Okay. No,
But
I've never heard of that.
All right. He speaks a lot of like a lot of wisdom. Anyway. Anyway, he says that like two children can be brought up in the same home, like with the same parents, but have like two complete different experiences. And I've seen that firsthand with my children. Like I said, like my first daughter, like we was very much connected. Everything was great. But then when I got pregnant, like less than a year later with my second daughter, I had like really bad like postpartum after that. So then we ended up moving back closer to family, but then it was like me and him kind of like really started to disconnect a lot. And then I got pregnant again. And at that point, because we had already disconnected so much, my postpartum was already like so much worse during this time. So it's hard for me to like now balance and juggle two children under the age of like 2, and then the household, and then him, and then his work, and then being a stay-at-home mom and everything else that entails in itself. And then while I got pregnant the third time, I found out that he was. I found it's like God speaks to me in so many different ways. Like obviously all of us, if you listen, right? And I had a moment one time where like God just said to me like, oh, like just to get into, like I said, I get into a lot of detail, right? He came home one day, got into bed, and I kind of sensed that his energy was off, and I'm just like, oh, that's weird. I've never really felt that before. And then my mind kind of said to me like, oh, how do you know that he was where he said he was? And I was like, oh, never thought that before. Okay, cool. My brain's like, okay, like go and check his phone. So he fell asleep. I checked his phone, and then I obviously found out that he was speaking to someone. So I'm like, what? Like, I'm literally. Anyway, I was like, I had just found out I was pregnant at that point. So it was like 2 weeks into my pregnancy. But anyway, he was just like, oh, it's not what you think, blah 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 blah, all of that kind of stuff. And then he kind of like cut it off, but obviously it's very early into my pregnancy, so I was kind of like, okay, what else can I kind of do? Like we've got our 2 young children already, like whatever. Let's just kind of move on eventually, right? But then a couple months down the line, he still wasn't getting the energy that he wanted from me in terms of like me being, I don't know, anything that I don't know. Well, I do know, but again, that my brain's in so many different places. But anyway, found out a couple months later, like now I'm like heavily pregnant. My son was due at like within like 2 weeks, and then I found out that he was having like a full-on affair with like this lady for a couple months, and I'm just thinking, like now it's another child added to the mix, and now all of this is happening. But again, like I remember I journal a lot, so I remember going through my journals couple weeks ago and then seeing me saying like, oh, it's like I'm gonna forgive him, like Lord, blah blah blah, like just praying and constantly asking God like what to do and stuff. But I thought it's my family, like Robin was saying, it's my family. Like I don't wanna, my children are small at that point. I had 3 children under 5. Like that's a lot of kids, and
That's
they're
a
all under
lot.
5.
Yeah. That's a lot. That's a lot.
So yeah, things just got worse, and he was very he's like he's always shown me, like I said, red flags from the beginning, loads of like narcissistic tendencies as well. He's been very like supportive. He's 100% like a great dad. Like he shows up for the kids and stuff like that. I won't lie about that. But in terms of like with me, he was very, like I used to say to him, like he was very like psychologically like abusive and stuff like that. And he was like really rude, and like he was saying earlier about like tone, I'm a person like I very much like tone, the way that you speak to me, the words that you say, that will stay in me for a long time. Like I said, it goes back to childhood with the family, like making jokes, and then that just just staying within. So I've been trying to like grow through so many different things, and like trying to push through for years and years. Like I've been reading like self-help books, the Bible, the law of attraction, as in like The Secret, though loads of like, I've been reading for many years, and now it got to a point where I kept thinking to myself, especially in my relationship getting closer to God, I kept thinking, if I believe in God so much and God's love and how great God is, how can I keep on thinking that this is love at this point? Like the way that I'm being treated, like I said, things were getting kind of like, they were getting really bad. So I thought, I can't stay in this, and then my children see this as well and grow up thinking that this is okay when it's not. So now I'm at a point where like, it's been a couple months since we've been split up, but I'm still trying to like now figure out how to like regulate my nervous system and heal my nervous system and be consistent with my own goals, and now like managing the kids by myself at home, like, you know, it's like I'm balancing, trying to juggle so much and still remain like faithful like to God and to myself, because I just felt like it was quite important that I had to choose myself because of my kids. And it wasn't just it was also because of the version of me that I could see myself becoming, that I just couldn't tolerate seeing that version of me anymore, you know, like just filled with so much anger and resentment and you know, like pain. Like even now when I'm speaking, like my body's shaking and I'm trying to just like calm my body down, but it's like when I speak about it, because now I don't speak to a lot of people about it, you know, like I was like you've been saying today in a conversation about access and stuff. Now, like I had a surgery on my foot 2 months ago, and it's one of those things where I kept on asking God, like I really just need some time to just be isolated, be by myself, be with you. And obviously I had my surgery, so it's been that now. So the alignment and the timing of my life right now, like everything is working out the way it's supposed to, and I do believe that, but it's still really hard for me to like have like a positive mindset constantly. And you know, like I can see Robin said that they change you, like for real, it really changes you. And sometimes I just think like, how did I get here? How did I allow so much? How did I tolerate so much for so long? Even now, like he still tries to like trigger reactions out of me, and I'm like, oh my, I don't know, like it's just a lot, and it's been a lot for so long that like I said, I'm just trying to choose myself and my kids and who they see me as, you know, because I've got 2 daughters and a son. So I kept thinking my daughters are going to think that this is love, and then my son's going to think this is how you treat a woman. No, like I'm not dealing with that. And then like I said earlier about noticing the difference between my children and the experience that they've experienced with me and their dad. Like my first daughter, she's very calm, cool, relaxed. My second daughter's more like, she's more I've got more tantrums with her. I don't know if you've ever heard of middle child syndrome, but it is a real thing.
What? I'm a middle child myself. Absolutely. Yeah.
And you said this, I've heard you say this once in your life.
Yeah. I'm a middle child. Man, the way they treat me, that's crazy. Yeah.
See, and I'm trying to heal that now with my baby girl. Like she's only 4, you know, and I'm like, I'm trying to help her heal with that. But it's like now, because she's seen so many like different versions of me as well, I'm trying to like, you know, build that bridge with them. I don't know, it's weird, but yeah, because my mental health has just been like up and down like for so many years that I'm like, I'm trying to be stable and be good, you know, for them. But yeah, it is a lot. It is a lot. So yeah, it's just,
what is your
a lot of women go through this, a lot of people experience these things, and I feel like it's like someone was saying earlier about like not allowing people or things for you to shrink yourself. And I'm definitely been a person that's been like, I've shrunk because of people or because of my surroundings as well, and not wanting to like outshine people because they don't believe in themselves. But like I said, I can see the good in everyone, so I would tolerate a lot of shit, sorry to say. But because I'm trying to give people that energy, you know. But as soon as they can't get what they want from me, it's like they switch up, and it's just like I prefer just sitting by myself now, just with my kids, or like just with God, you know, like just with myself.
Yeah.
Because it's easier, and that sometimes people are like, oh, don't you miss him? And I'm like, I felt more alone when he was here with me, sitting on the sofa while he's just on his phone, and I'm just here, always thinking and stuff. I'm just like, I feel better how I am now, but it is harder to accept that because obviously my kids miss their dad and want to live with their dad.
Yeah.
But it was just too toxic, you know. It was just too toxic for them.
Yeah. What would you say is, so I have a couple things off rip that I would love to say. But before that, what would you say is your biggest question?
Like how do you actually go about like working on your nervous system, like for real? Because I'm very active. I do a lot of yoga, Pilates, blah blah blah, like walking. But obviously, because I had my surgery, I've been at like standstill for the past like 2 months. So that is another thing that kind of affect my mind too, because I'm used to going all the time, cleaning this, that, the other. So it's like now I'm like, yeah, how do I continue to stay so like confident in my choices, and yeah, like I said, heal the nervous system.
Yeah. That's a really great question. I want to start off by saying these things because it's just resonating really loud right now. And I don't know to what degree you feel you may need to hear it, but I'm going to say it anyway. You're doing an amazing job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Single mom of so many kids, man, you're doing an amazing job.
I used to say I wanted 8.
You're doing an amazing job. It is just so much. And sometimes that weight is underappreciated and not acknowledged. And so I just want to like let that breathe for a second. Like, you're doing an amazing job. And
thank you.
from what I'm hearing, I'm proud of you.
Aww,
like, I'm proud of you. Way to make such a phenomenal decision for yourself, for your kids, knowing what was at stake and willing to take that risk. Because that is a lot. That's just a lot. For anybody to go through, for anybody to experience.
Like I said, a lot of it was like the words and the things that he would say would be very like I don't even want to give you I'll give you one example. Sure. That he would say for years and years and years, like no matter what time, he would always say, oh, I should have left you in the hostel that I found you in. And I was just, you know, like there was just so many things that he would say that would stick. And then when I would bring him up about it, he would just kind of forget about it, you know. So there'll be so many moments where he wouldn't take accountability or see what he does. So it got to a point, just to quickly wrap my part up as well, it got to a point where I just felt like I wasn't heard anymore, you know, like even after trying to like accept the cheating and the this and that, whatever, it got to a point where I couldn't be bothered to explain myself anymore. Like I was already like mentally like shut down. Like I just didn't have the energy for it anymore. Yeah. But as soon as now I started to take my energy away, that's when he kind of like would realize, and then now wants to change and now wanted to make all the difference. And I'm like, I'm not even interested anymore. And I know it's hard. It was hard for me to get to that point because, like I said, 14 years is that's a whole lifetime for someone. Like, yeah. But yeah, I'm like, no, I can't give that energy. And to be honest, what triggered it as well, because I've been praying about it for years, like, God, like, what do I do? But because like I said, I can see it just getting worse and worse and worse and worse, like more toxic, eventually getting like a little bit physical. And I'm like Robin said earlier, like, how can I accept certain things? There's certain things I'm not going to tolerate them, but I did tolerate them. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I did tolerate them. And then, like I said, there was a point where a couple months ago he was like breaking up with me, because he was a thing where, like I said, I love to speak to people, right? Like I'll be on the street and I'll I attract a lot of old people all the time as well. Like I just always be on the road, like on the corner, talking to an old lady and her dog.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then one time, like I said, because I can see the beauty in everything, and
Mhm.
I can see God in everyone, and
Mhm.
like have like the synchronicity and just just so many things. That so there was one moment where I had a conversation with a stranger, with a man in the park, but then and it turns out that the man knew my ex-partner's dad, like he knew them from when he was a little boy, because it was like well connected in the area and stuff. So it was like there was just, and he was kind of like, oh wow, like I didn't even expect this, but to me he's a complete stranger, but he already knew the patterns of like like certain things. Anyway, like I said, it got to a point where he just got so annoyed at me for just being so myself, like I said, like just being bubbly and speaking to people, and it would kind of just rub him the wrong way sometimes. um and then yeah, one day he was just like, oh, like I'm done with you, I don't want to do this anymore, like you want a church man, you want this, you want that. And I was just like, all right, okay, fine, are you finished? Like, okay, like that's it, let's be done. And then a couple days later he's trying to take it back. So that's what it was just like a cycle of I'll say horrible things to you, and then the next day, oh, you're so beautiful, like I love you so much, blah blah blah, and then it's you know, and I was just like, this is too much for my brain. Like my kids, like like I said, I couldn't stand the version of myself that I was becoming. That I just had to just. I'm like, I'd rather just be alone in this, But
Yeah.
yeah, it's been a lot. It's been hard.
Yeah. It's been a journey. So I think there's a couple things here um, that I think are important when it comes to regulating your nervous system. I want to start off by saying this. I'll shrink it back. Look at that. Back in picture, right? So
Nice.
I know it was a beautiful transition. So I want to first off do this. So because I actually have a 3-week program that's definitely served as a nervous system reset. I want to give that to you. It's free. I want to give that
Oh,
to you.
thank you so much.
Would you like that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Amazing.
So
Thank you.
I'm going to follow up with you. Obviously after all of this goes down, or and everything, and get that to you. It's a part of my wait list, but it's just serving as a nervous system reset to kind of walk through some of the beginning steps to what it looks like to engage in the regulation of your nervous system. Because here's the thing. There's so much talk on it. There's so much like information on it. We read a lot of books. We listen to a lot of people. We tap into a lot of different things. And sometimes in the process of healing, it can become overwhelming, not because healing in and of itself is overwhelming, but because we just see so much that we feel we need to fix and solve. And we see so many things that we feel like we got to correct and change, and then we'll be okay. And it kind of puts more and more pressure, especially, again, not just with ourselves, but when we're thinking of our kids and everything else. It's just like, I want to be that person that prevents you from experiencing things like this. But if I'm being honest, I don't really even know fully what I'm doing yet. And so I have to figure that out too. And we just have to learn to do this and journey through this imperfectly. That's the really first thing that I want you to know, is that doing this nervous system regulation work, kind of calming it down and engaging in it, it comes with us doing it imperfectly. And so I want you to have a lot of grace for yourself in this process.
Thank you.
Have a lot of grace. Like, this stuff is new. We're not supposed to know it. We're not supposed to know it to a T. And we're not supposed to have it so down packed that, things are supposed to be easy and passing with flying colors at this point. Everything is still relatively new. Everything is still relatively fresh. And we're going to be building on this for time and time to come. It's not to say that we'll always be healing, because we won't. There will be a day when we'll look back on all these things and we're like, yeah, I remember going through that. That was a really, really tough time in my life. And I thank God I'm on the other side. Like, it is what it is. And these practices are something that you're going to be able to share down to your kids, that they're going to be able to develop and grow in. And you're going to start seeing even more and more wins from, because of the nuance and expansion of what the healing looks like. So I want to actually transition that into an analogy. I love my analogies.
Yeah.
So, when you talk about being someone who is so open and willing, but yet when you say no, now you start seeing people change and switch up and things like that. Are you familiar, and I don't know what the culture is like over there, you guys familiar with Teslas? Okay, you guys have Teslas over there, y'all be rocking them.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. And obviously you got your charging stations and things like that. And if you pay attention the next time you go to a charging station, and when it's not overcrowded, I want you to pay attention to the spacing that's typically given between Tesla cars. There's typically a charging station, and then there's like a space and then another charging station. Or if it's back to back to back, the cars will skip one in order to charge their car. And this is really interesting because what this does is this is designed for the car to be able to, have as much strong of a connection as possible to be able to charge the battery, to be able to go where you're going. And if there was a car that parked in the middle of it, what it would ultimately do would be weaken the connection. And even though the car is still able to charge and all the cars around it is still able to charge effectively, the weaker the connection, the longer it takes. So somebody probably is parked there. They're like, yo, I got about like 30 minutes. Somebody parked right there. You kind of like, God, dog, man, like, can you go somewhere else? Because now I got to wait, like, I don't know. And I'm not too sure on what the initial time limits are, but you got to wait a little longer for everything to fully charge. And this is kind of like an example of what it looks like to be connected to the, not necessarily the wrong source, but be overcrowded so much so that it drains you. It actually doesn't help you. You know that you're not in a healthy connection and in a healthy situation where people are more comfortable with you being drained.
And I say that a lot to people as well. Like,
Yeah. Then you are full. But I want to take this another step forward, because what does this have to do with the analogy? And honestly, it just points to recognizing when your light is dimming, when your connections are weakening, when you feel weakened as it relates to being connected to people, and you realize that there's something being taken from you that shouldn't be, that we have to create separation from in order to restore and in order to have stronger possibilities. One of the greatest signs that you are in a position of being weakened due to connections with people is when you don't have the privilege of saying no. And it's not because you can't say no, it's because in the event of saying no, this person now feels they have the privilege and right to switch up on you, change on you, and to stop giving, stop doing, stop being, all because you said no. Real relationships are not determined by what you say yes to. They're often determined by what someone says no to. Is it impossible if this is something that can happen for us? Is it impossible for us to do more of this, less of this? That's another way of framing it, because I get to pay attention to what you say yes to. And eventually you say yes enough to the is it impossible question, then it is impossible for us to be together. Because I have to know where I can say no and feel free enough to say no to you without feeling endangered that the relationship is in jeopardy, or that I don't feel safe enough to stay in this environment with you, and be without needing to do everything for you, or without needing to be everything to you without being that to me. The very Bible that we read gives us a clear instruction. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength. And what? Do you know it?
Wait, say it again.
Love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength. And
I know it's in my heart.
I know it is. Love your neighbor as yourself.
Oh, okay.
Right? And this is what's so beautiful about the golden rule. How can I give to you what I'm not even able to give to myself?
Yeah, 100%.
The golden rule assumes I have gold. and I have enough gold to distribute.
Mm-hmm.
So how can I then suggest that I can give this to you? I can give all this energy, time, and effort, but like when it come to me, I don't have that same thing. Eventually we run into resentment. Eventually we run into pockets of extreme frustration, sadness, drainage, and all the things because we don't feel we can rest.
Yeah.
And here's where the nervous system comes into play. And I mean, people, if there's coming a day where I'm going to do a live stream on this, but I really don't think I think it'll be helpful. I just don't know how ready people are for it. Because I think this challenges how we view God and his relationship to creation and his children. But when it comes to the nervous system, this is where it plays a huge role. Because eventually when the nervous system only knows how to thrive off of fear, alertness, and drainage, it's not just depleting the body from nutrients needed to actually recover. If we're not careful and it goes extremely long, like to the point where it goes all of our life to our 50s, 60s, and beyond, we actually will deprive ourselves so deeply that our body can't even engage in what's necessary to recover. So we need additional things to be able to get in that. And when it comes to being alerted and staying in this alert, this fight or flight, in this threatened position, our biggest win isn't necessarily us coming to a complete overhaul where we're having to dig up all this past and we're having to dig up all these memories and all these things. That's helpful, plays a good role. But what also plays a healthy role too is recognizing this is how I move, and I'm recognizing I don't want to move that anymore. So I'm making a decision from a place of awareness to move differently. And with that moving differently, it does get difficult because now I have to be conscientiously aware of when my body starts shifting into these places. We don't become aware mentally. That shows up eventually, but we have to first become aware bodily. The bodily signs and signals that I'm tired. The bodily signs and signals that I'm afraid, nervous, excited, joyful, relaxed. I want to be able to get into a place where I'm present enough in my body to discern and see the difference. And from the most practical places of that, it's simply grounding and relaxing our body. Because this is how we have to re-engage with our nervous system. So you've done some research. Are you familiar with the two styles within our nervous system? It's okay if you're not, I'm just curious.
No.
So there is the sympathetic and the parasympathetic. Well, you better teach this thing, Sean. I'm doing the best I can.
I'm writing it down.
Okay. So there's sympathetic and parasympathetic. Sympathetic and parasympathetic. Okay. So the sympathetic nervous system is actually asking a question, can I react? Okay. So the sympathetic system is not necessarily the nervous system where it only equates to danger. Because I think if we paint it that way, then we won't ever feel like we need room to listen to it. Like there's contexts where when danger strikes, it's for a good reason. Like I should feel a sense of danger if I'm out in the woods and a bear stands up. What the fluff? We have to get out of here. I don't know. Yeah, like our bodies need to go.
Well, nowadays women prefer that bear coming.
And I've heard that conversation. I've heard it. I have 1000% heard it. That is, oh Lord, yeah, that's another.
Down with a bear.
Yeah, okay. We'll see how that goes. But no, I get it. I've heard it, but it's like, yeah, I should probably run in most case scenarios. Okay. Unless you're in 2022 and beyond, you might think differently. But beforehand, we used to look at that and be like, yeah, no, that's not okay.
Run.
Yeah, we might need to run. Then but there's also, right, moments where our sympathetic is engaged and active, not even because something is there. It's because our body has been trained from patterns, repetition, and intentionality. So we're anticipating and preparing for this type of thing to happen that sparks and alerts different levels of fear. Okay. So that's how our sympathetic is actually moving. Okay. So this is where our fight or flight reactions live, our freeze reactions live, right? All of those different communications and conversations where essentially our emotions are so heightened. The amygdala is going, hippocampus is live, all the things at the bottom of our brain, and we just react. Okay.
See, I feel like I've been there for so long, especially like now having the kids. I get so overstimulated because there's freedom and they're loud and they all want to talk to me at the same time.
And it happens in the smallest ways, and they're just so innocent because they just want to hug mom and be around mom. But mom is also like, okay, so, but I remember when I was growing up, and if it wasn't just connected to growing up, just how I used to go about navigating loud noises and overstimulation, it was easier for me to pull away, shut down, or, you know, it was coping. It was survival, right? So when we live, when we live at survival for so long, that becomes not just our reality, but it also becomes jointed with our beliefs, not necessarily because that's what's to believe, but because that's all we've known. And so when it's all we've known and we're trying to introduce something different, it just takes time. This is why it's important to give ourselves time and grace, because we're not going to get this overnight. But we just have to start by becoming aware of when those nervous systems are activated. And you might not walk around being like, oh, that's my sympathetic. But you'll be but you'll be aware of like, okay, wait, this is me feeling reactive. Because remember the question, can I react? Okay. Now let's go to the parasympathetic. The parasympathetic is asking a different question. Can I restore? Okay. And so when we're talking about this restorative, we're talking about engaging in this form of regulation and relaxation. So this is where we're actually trying to experience a sense of safety, calmness, regulation, okay, in our bodies, not just mentally. And that is engaged and introduced through various styles of things like breathing, okay, movement, all right. And I would also go as far as to say things like stillness, okay, or you might hear like meditation and things like that. It plays hand in hand. Okay.
It does.
Yeah. And so, but the biggest thing too, to enact it is your breathing. And I'm going to bring some scripture into this that's going to tie all this in.
Yes, please.
Because this is going to be huge. But we got to be able to breathe intentionally. So when we engage in our parasympathetic, the biggest, your most important style of breathing is going to be in through the nose and out through the mouth. Okay. In through the nose slowly for 4 seconds, out through the mouth slowly, even slower for 6 seconds. Okay. No holds or pauses. We're just engaging in this intentional breath work to regulate our body, to get into this state of rest, because we're alerted, anticipating, we're watching, right? And we're awake always. Right. Looking over our shoulders, what's going to happen? Stop this, stop that. We're trying to integrate this opportunity for us to be able to rest. So with the parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous systems, okay, and they're both asking these two questions, we have the ability to respond to these questions, not necessarily through judgment and not necessarily through expectation. I should do this and I shouldn't do this. It's just more of how aware can I be in seeing this happening in me. The more aware we become, the more opportunity we're able to make adjustments. And the more opportunity we're able to choose what we want to do. Because here's what's beautiful is you're initially, especially when it comes to your brain moves so fast due to those patterns, the emotional bonds that have been created. Like you might not recognize that you're spiraling until you're in the middle or close to the end of the spiral.
Yeah, I noticed. I noticed that as well.
Yeah. And when you do that, do you just simply give up and go all the way through? Or
I mean, I used to. Now I've learned to breathe through it, and You
Yeah.
know, I can tell now, like, that's why I love what you're saying, because I can tell now when I'm at that reactive point,
Yeah.
and now I can kind of like just stop it and not
Yes.
go there and not give into it and
Yes.
feed it any more energy.
Yep.
Whereas I
And
can see over the years, I can just like, it's like I
mhm.
can see myself outside myself. I can see
Yeah.
myself doing it for so long. I'm like, damn, like
Yeah. And
for
so
a long
we
time.
come into that awareness, and then we just start,
Mm,
okay, I'm going to choose something different here. Let me
mhm,
relax, get back into the body, all the things. And now it's
mhm,
just about honestly turning it into a little game.
mm.
People feel like it's weird, but we're just gamifying it. Like,
Yeah.
okay, it took me 2 hours yesterday. I bet it going to take me an hour 50 today, right? And we're looking for it. And it's not to say that we're intentionally putting ourselves in positions to be alerted, but we know because this is how we typically operate. This is what our nervous system is bound to do at some point. So it's just, okay, we've been waiting on this. Now I get to put this into some action. Oh, let's cook. Okay, hour and 50, put it on the clock. Dang, it took an hour 57. Okay, bet, still better than 2 hours. I bet it won't be an hour 57 that tomorrow. I bet it won't. And we coming back to it, right? But you see how like when you turn it into a game in that way, obviously it's not that we're minimizing the seriousness, but like that laughter is pointing to some level of abundance in you that is dying to come out of you and rest. Let's
100%.
stay there. Why take this as like a I have to cry and be sad about it all day? If I don't have to. It's okay if it
Yeah.
comes up. But if I don't have to, nah, I want to laugh. I want to have fun. I want to be able to enjoy this. So let's do it. Right. And so we're coming into those regulations, right? So that breathing style is really huge. Okay. And so is just the awareness that we're gaining regarding the signals of the body. And of course, consequently, what will happen in the mind. And just because and sometimes our mind and bodies aren't on the same page. I'm thinking one thing, I'm feeling something different, right? I'm thinking one thing, but my body's behind or I'm feeling ahead. I want you to think of it like I'm going to get to this analogy in a second. Well, I just used that one. I just already used the analogy, but I'll use another one. When you watch a train turn a track and you see the locomotive first before you see the rest of the cars align on the track, that's a picture of our heads before our bodies,
Makes
right?
sense.
So sometimes our head is there and we logically see, oh, this makes sense. I know what this is. I know where it comes from. And it just takes a minute for our body to catch up. It doesn't mean that we're doing wrong. It's just taking time. So let's just be present enough and ground ourselves in that space to be able to do it. And it starts with our breathing, stillness, and all the things. Is this making sense so far and regulating the nervous system?
100%. Yeah.
Okay. So
100%.
I also want to say this, that with all this nervous system talk, to continue simplifying it, regulating it also comes through measurements of alignment. Sometimes the nervous system isn't as calm as it can be because we're not on the same page mentally, emotionally, and spiritually with something. And that doesn't necessarily mean that because we're experiencing dysregulation, that means I must not be believing what I say I believe, thinking what I'm thinking. Like I can see where our minds may go there. It's just more so in moments where we find ourselves in dysregulated situations. It's worth being curious. And this is how we're able to differentiate. Am I kind of creating this dysregulation? Or is what's in front of me creating this dysregulation? If it's me, I may not be in alignment with my thoughts, words, and actions. What I say I value and what I say I care for, I may not actually be doing. And what we're calling the devil is really my anxiety kicking up. But my anxiety is kicking up because I got additional stress. But I got additional stress because I'm not doing and living how I say I want to do and live.
And then that's where like shame starts to come in.
And that's
as
where
well.
shame comes in. And shame and guilt and all those things are, again, reflections of survival paradigms. And realize how a lot of that is stuff that we create.
Yeah.
Like we're the ones that like, oh my goodness, because of all the expectations. This acronym for shame, self-hatred at my expense.
Gee.
So let's get to the cycle of it, right? So an experience happens that maybe cultivates and brings up this shameful feeling. Then what do we do? And out of heroic tendencies, we might take an action and we'll say, well, I'm going to put a unrealistic standard that I want to say that I can reach, and emotionally I'll say I can reach, but I can't really reach. But I'll set that standard high. And then we fail that standard. We mess up and we fail that again. And so now here comes the shame again.
See, that's what I find annoying. Like I'll spend times at night. Like I said, I stay up late. I'll be thinking about all this stuff, and then the next day I'll be motivated to actually put it into practice.
Yep. And then another day it's like, and it's like another day I'm not feeling it. And then it's like, I suck. I'm a failure. So we pay attention to some of those things because that programming is live. Right. But the mind chatter doesn't mean we have to obey it and we have to give room to it.
Yeah.
That's
what I've realized.
The mind is just doing what the mind does.
Yeah.
And our job is to just be aware of it. Right. Use another example. Just like you walk across the street and you see them cars passing down the road and they just keep going. And you might see one that stick out to you and be like, and it'll go down the road and you'll stick following it, but then it'll get lost in some other traffic down the road up there. Right. This is a picture of our thoughts, because you realize you don't start running with the car. You don't become the car. You don't jump in the car. You don't do any of that. You just see it and then you refocus your attention back to where you are. It's the same thing with our thoughts. I'm not trying to control what comes in and out of my mind, because I know naturally what will come in and out of my mind will reflect the things that I see, think of, and look at most. Right. And so I can just simply be aware of that and not feel controlled by that. Instead of over identifying that to me, wow, I'm the worst. God just thinks the worst of me, or anything that we might identify with that. It's just like, no, my mind is just doing what the mind does. Let me just be aware of it and let it pass. Right. And that is giving us autonomy back, because we're like, I'm not my thoughts. I'm not my thoughts, and I don't have to respond to my thoughts. And this gives us a really good sense of control. You're going to see this in the Oasis program, is what I call it. Okay. It's really fitting, but it's something that I think is really going to give a level of relaxation. Let me say this last thing on nervous system. Okay. So we talked about alignment and we talked about breathing. Okay. In order to really engage and continue building in this engagement of our nervous system consistently, I want to take you to the scripture to close it out. This is going to breathe life. Have you ever heard of See, I always get this wrong. Hold up. You know, it's always a nice hearing when you hear them pages flipping. Listen, that boy digging. Okay. So Isaiah 40. You familiar with that text? They that wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up on wings like eagles. They shall run and not get weary. They shall walk and not faint. Beautiful. I had a dope revelation on this that I thought I was like, I was like, ooh, like, oh snap. So what's so interesting is these three things, right? Without going too deep into my studies, I got notes on this all over my page. All right. Just dealing with this specific verse. Okay. No, let me give the brief context. In the whole context, Israel is transitioning from, judgment to refreshment. Like, God is gonna take care of them. God's gonna restore them, all the things. And so he leads with this statement of comfort my people. He ends this statement with recognizing that they need to walk with him in efforts of not just staying comforted, but ultimately experiencing the restoration thereafter. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay. So this particular statement here, notice these transitions. So they who wait on the Lord, okay, or those who trust in the Lord will find new strength. Okay. So they'll soar on high wings like eagles. Okay. So we went from soaring to running. They shall run and not get weary. We went from soaring and running to walking. They shall walk and not faint. 3 unique transitions. Now let's explain those transitions. When you're talking about soaring, and he compares it like to an eagle. When you think of an eagle, I learned this. I had to look it up on ChatGPT. I said, yo, fam, talk to me. How in the world does an eagle breathe when it flies? right? It was so unique to me because what it later broke down, and of course having some resources to back this up, is that an eagle exercises a lot more energy when their wings are flapping. They're exerting a lot of air and oxygen when it's flapping versus when they're just gliding and soaring, wings out wide,
just flowing with the wind.
flowing with the wind. And we look up and we're like, yo, that looks so easy. that looks effortless. What's happening though in their lungs is that their air sacs have expanded so much that it's able to hold the tension of their breath. So instead of panting like we may think of if they're flapping, they're able to hold and withstand that breath while gliding. Still breathing, but just holding that tension at its highest level. This is a reflection of things happening in our life that seems effortless and is actually flowing like butter. Money's good, fam good, health good, kids good, hair done, nails done, everything did. Oh, you fancy, huh? Right? Like we just, we loving life. Everything is dope. So then we go from that season to a season of running. We went from gliding and flying, everything's high on 10, to now I'm running. Now, this isn't necessarily us hitting that soaring still. It's just us at a comfortable jog and a comfortable pace. We're not too slow, not too fast. Steady. I'm on my feet, on my legs, just going, right? I'm chilling. Panting, breathing is different. Nonetheless, I'm good. Then we hit this walk and not faint. And this walk isn't just a calm, brisk walk in the nice middle summer of the day. Everything is good. This is like a walk where I went from everything was good to I'm sustainable to I'm crawling to get to the next day. Today was really tough. Today was really hard. And I just need to go to bed so I can have a refresh in the morning type of deal. Okay. We went from soaring to running to walking. That started out with trusting God. What this communicates to me is that within every unique transition, we sustain those transitions by breathing.
I love that.
Because realize how the breath changed with each status. The eagle held and expanded its breath, but it was maximized. Full deep breath within the lung and air sacs. Running, you were panting, but it was comfortable and manageable. Walking, it was slow and it was dire. Whether we're running, walking, or soaring, our job isn't to control the external. Our job is to simply breathe. This is what I think it could mean. One of many possible meanings behind what it looks like to actually wait, not just on God, but waiting and experiencing the healing we're after.
100%.
It's not just, it's the unknown. It's the unknown. So to navigate that, I have to learn how to breathe. Because when transitions happen and they're subtle, we don't say it, but we do it. We hold our breath. It's like it knocks a pause in you, knocks the wind out of you. It's a transition that
all right, don't hurt yourself.
and it's like, and it's going crazy, right? You ever, I know I've been living in this household. God knows I love them. I got a whooping so bad. I was like, and you get
can't do that no more. You get in trouble.
You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, it's one of those, right? But when you get that pause knock in you, the one thing that you got to breathe. Yeah,
that's true.
Because like it's your body clearly it's not ready for whatever just happened, right? If whatever just happened, your body's not ready for it. And so The same thing mentally, emotionally, and even spiritually in seasons.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of trying to constantly control the external, we live by our internal world leading the way. And it starts with our ability to intentionally breathe.
Can I say something before you move on? Like why
Yeah.
it's so, like I said about the synchronicities and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The first tattoo that I got, actually the first one, my mum's name, but the second one I got, it says got broken wings, but I learned to fly. So I think it's funny that you, that you've got that scripture.
Come
now.
on.
I know you're talking about the eagle flying.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I got that when I was living in the hostel and just thinking like, oh, I know everything's gonna be okay. Like everything's gonna be okay one day. And now it's been like a whole 20 years, and
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, it's still gonna be all right.
Yeah, it's gonna be okay. And I want you to recognize too that even in the event of all this, you notice how with this breathing, we're staying in the same passage as an example. With this breathing that shifts within transitions, the peace that is wanted is created. The peace that's wanted is not based off of a status change, location, waiting for this big whoop experience for us to feel like it's actually experienced in the moment right there by our willingness to slow down, breathe, and the transition.
All right, so what would you say to this then? Because I believe in, obviously, like I pray a lot, like I said, I journal,
Yeah.
I like to meditate, all that kind of stuff. But there's certain habits that I've had for a long time that in terms of like smoking,
Sure.
that it's like I know that personally numbs my voice, and also it's just, it's just like it's one of those things where I'm trying to be like obedient in my calling, and it's something that I feel like God has been calling me to stop doing for such a long time. But I don't know, sometimes it's hard to even let that go and fully, like I've been trying to fully surrender to God and be obedient and, like I said, step into my calling and do what I'm supposed to do. But there's still certain patterns that I see and that I notice that I'm still trying to let go of. And like I said earlier as well, like about the self-limiting beliefs as well, and trying to let go of all this stuff so that I can actually, go where God is calling me to go and do what I need to do.
So let me say it like this. I think this is a good question to meditate on. What beliefs does Andy have to carry to give her permission to stay with the things that she's doing out of curiosity?
Could you maybe ask me that in a different way?
I can. Yeah. So what does Andy have to believe about herself that gives her permission to still want to still smoke and do all these other things that she realizes isn't good for her? Should I ask it in another way, or was that helpful?
You can. My brain's stirring.
Yeah. So I want you to.
Right
Well,
now.
it's just I want you to think on it. But because here's the thing too. Here's the thing too. I'm not here to blow up your whole theology. We believe in the same Jesus. And I know that there are certain convictions that we have that we're learning to just honor and honor better with. But is there anywhere in the scriptures that you ever read where somebody was not able to be used by God because of things that they were still trying to process or let go of? Yeah. David, you could say, had a lust problem. Was still considered someone after God's own heart.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I've been thinking about this a lot recently.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, I know that like, but those people are so long ago, and it's a different world, it's a different time, all these things.
No, it's really not. Like it's really,
I love it.
Really not.
I love it. Yeah. And I want you to think about it like God is not up here. And this is why I'm completely not for, I'd say for right now, I'm just not for like the idea of God holding things back from us, or, God pausing things in our lives because of things that we're still stuck with. Like, no, like God is with us. God still desires to work those things out and work those things through us. And I think we are the ones that are ultimately in the way of sometimes just simply allowing that to be. And that's because we've believed for the longest time in some way, shape, or form, whether it was through one of these three forms of programming. Write this down. You might want to take this with you. Okay. There's authoritative. Those are from parents, coaches, pastors, teachers, people that we looked up in our lives at one point and said, I'm not going to question you. I just believe you because this is who you are to me. Right. Then there's big or traumatic. Right. So those are the traumatic events that we've experienced. Right. That have a way of juggling our nervous system and brains. Okay. So, like, for example, this is a very small and lighthearted one, but if you were standing in front of a class and somebody pantsed you, everybody in the classroom, right? And now our brain took a screenshot, and then now we're going to go the rest of our school year wearing double shorts, and ain't nobody ever going to catch us like that again, right? We responded to that in a different way. And then there's the constant. Those are the programmings that from the messaging that we just heard repetitively, right? Doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. It's just something we heard repetitively. Hey, man, where you get that from? Shoot, I don't know. I just always believed it. Nah. It was repetitive. It was repetitive, right? And so with those forms of programming that's really, really present, I think it's worth considering like what programming is present that reminds us that we feel like we can't still step into what God wants us to do because of certain things that we feel like we haven't overcame. Right. And I think there's a beauty in us going flawed and imperfect because it will constantly be a reminder that it couldn't have been all of us because we ain't perfect. It's God who's also playing a role in that. But it's also too, like, we were never called to have it all together to do it. You've heard that before. But I look at it in this direction. All you need to be is one step ahead of somebody to be able to look back and give to them. It just takes one step. We're not asking you to be the greatest saint to ever live. We just want you to be a step ahead. And when you're a step ahead, you look back and you see so many people behind you who can benefit from having what you now have. Because process is something God is doing in all of us, regardless of the season. And what he's doing in you is phenomenal and isn't discredited because of the things that you find yourself still slowly walking away from. And I'm gonna be honest, some of the things that the church loves to blow up and make a big deal of, God ain't tripping on. And that's not to say that God doesn't maybe want to see differences, but I think sometimes we make a big deal like of smoking and all those kinds of things as if it's like, oh yeah, man, God is trying to get that out of you and he needs you to give that up now or you can't. Like, nah, I don't think God moves that way. I think there's a lot of religion and fear that moves that way.
That's what I was just gonna say. A lot of it is fear and just that fear mongering people as well.
There you go. And so we're just being mindful of it, being mindful of it. That's the goal. Being mindful of it.
You know what? You said that earlier. Sorry to cut you. You said that earlier about being mindful about what you consume, what you listen to. And I'm very much like that as well. Like, even with music, I'm very mindful of what I listen to as well. Like, so.
Yeah. And I'm going to be honest. I got me a little old school playlist.
Nice. I still listen. And now I listen to like normal music sometimes.
I got old school playlists on me. Drake's album just dropped. I listened to it.
I haven't heard it yet.
I listened to it. But again, I know everybody's in different places. And so it's not a conversation of maturity at all. It's more of a conversation of, hey, if you feel like this is something that you feel like you're being called to let go of and challenge and lay it down, I'm not here to trip you up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, do that. And be mindful of those things. And I think that's something that we all need to do in various areas and lanes of our life. The biggest thing that I want you to check out from this conversation is realizing that your ability to breathe is what's going to get you from this season to the next. It's what's going to get you from where you are to where you want to be. And we're not.
You're right. And I was reminded by that today. So thank you for that.
Yeah, it's going to be the key difference between where you are and where you're trying to be. And as we're developing these muscles and just being intentional with it, our nervous system is going to engage in neuroplasticity. Our nervous system is going to rewire. Our nervous system is going to recover and heal over time. But it's not about us trying to get it all in one conversation, in one moment, in one thing. It's just compounding. You know, I want you to see yourself as a gardener. I want you to see your body, your nervous system, everything as a garden, right? And every good gardener knows that when he plants a seed, you know, I got to cultivate that seed, cultivate that soil, and I have to be willing to be patient enough to see this through.
Yeah.
I have to attend to this and nurture it and do it in a very calm, loving way that brings about the fruit I want to see, right? And when that seed is in there and that gardener waters that seed, he's not expecting that seed to sprout into the fullest tree tomorrow. Matter of fact, he waters it that day and he gonna come out tomorrow and he gonna still see that dirt that he watered the other day.
You know, it's one that's there's a quote, I don't know exactly how it goes, but it's about like, you know, people that plant, for example, like a tree or something, they're not the ones that are going to be the one to sit under the shadows of that tree, you know, they're
Sure.
planted for future generations. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. What you're growing now is people behind you or later than you are going to benefit from, right? Your kids are going to be beneficiaries of this. Their kids are going to be beneficiaries of this because Andy said it ends with me.
Yeah.
And that is worth celebrating. And so we look at that and he sees that dirt, he's watering it, and eventually he's going to see that seed poke through that dirt. But there's a compound effect happening here that the gardener is just as grateful for. That the seed didn't sprout day one, but that didn't mean the watering was less effective day 1 to day 20, day 20 to day 40. It all had a compound effect that gave life to the seed that first grew down before it grew up. It grew down to create the roots, so that whatever
so
came
cool.
above whatever came above the ground, it had the ability to hold.
You know what's funny as well? My tattoo is actually a tree as well.
Come on, man.
I've got books down here. One of them's the Bible.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on.
Crazy.
Come on. This sound like this wasn't on accident. That's what it sounds like.
I'm
to me.
telling you, I don't believe in accidents. And you said earlier as well about time. Like, time doesn't exist. It's all just an illusion. It's all just.
Come on, man. Like, it's not. Come on.
The alignment is crazy.
Come on.
So I really appreciate this call, honestly.
Yes. We told you we saved the best for last. So here's the last thing I want to give you as a thought. And this is something that you'll work on too. I want you to be okay with resting and give yourself permission to rest. Sleep matters when it comes to
literally 2 a.m.
Yeah, that's why I'm about to wrap this up. It's important to value rest. Your nervous system can only function as much as your rest allows your nervous system to. So we can't do all these things and then feel like, okay, I can still get away with 4 or 5 hours sleep.
Yeah, I need to cut that mentality out.
Yeah. So like we need to invest in 7 hours of sleep. Not everybody needs 8, but we got we got a little bit of catching up to do, and that's okay too. And sometimes those moments where you feel like resting goes against something for you, be curious about that, because that's more of mind chatter, right? Because rest is something that we need, and there's nothing like our bodies are so designed to rest that you don't have to do nothing and still be like, yeah, I need to go to bed.
Yeah,
because your body needs to catch up. Your body, your boy. Now I'm telling you this, and I'm actively working on it because, like, I'm in sleep debt, like 1000%. Like I'm a night owl at heart. I've had many. 15 hours, girl. God bless you. God bless you. That's probably how many. That's probably how much I need just to get to an even baseline.
me too.
Boy, what? Yeah, like I'm behind. It's bad, but this is something that, again, it's just being aware of it. Being aware of those moments and getting to a place of being able to relax your body, breathing, sleep, and really getting into places of stillness and relaxation. Those are really beginning practices to ground and to get a hold of the nervous system. And you'll notice a lot of thoughts. You'll notice a lot of emotions. You'll notice a lot of stories, things that come up. And it's not always the devil. It's just, actually, this is programming from what I'm used to.
Yeah.
And I actually have the ability to change this. And that's where the power comes in with time.
100%.
Okay. And so what I'm going to do is send you this document. Okay. Right after
Amazing.
because I want you to have that. I want you. Well, I don't even think it's a document. I did say it was a document earlier. What I want you to do is I want you. No, I'll just send you the link. I'll just send you the link because there you'll be able to sign in, and then I'll on the back end be able to upgrade your account to the area. And then I want you, and then that'll be the place that you'll be able to grow. You got community in there. People are doing it as well, so you're not alone. And we can talk about what those next steps continue to look like. Just getting you involved in that, and then of course, like having access to me to be able to walk through it too.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah. Okay.
Sounds great. Sounds great.
How was this? Was this helpful? Was it what you
Yeah,
needed? Did you
super
get more than
helpful.
what you wanted? What's up?
Yeah, 100%. I'm really glad, and best till last, honestly. That I'm glad that we had this conversation. I'm glad that like I don't know what the guy that you was talking to earlier was saying, but I love what you do, like to help people out and stuff like that. And I feel like you give like so much good advice as well, and that your heart's in the right place. So I appreciate the energy and the time, the space as well that you've given me and everyone else as well. So appreciate it.
Hey, I appreciate you. Appreciate all the love and the kind words. It's more to come from this. Listen, I could talk all day. I've been on stream for like 6 hours. I gotta go. Okay. But
That's crazy.
this is all gonna be reposted on my YouTube. So
Oh, amazing.
I got
Amazing.
other replays up there as well. Everything's the same. Coach Sean Walker, if you want to go catch some other replays and things
Yeah,
like that.
definitely. I'll
Conversations.
check it out. Check it out.
Absolutely. But this will be up there as well. I'll probably do this one more immediate because this was really, really good. And we'll go from there.
All
So
my business
expect.
is out. It's gonna be out there on YouTube.
Listen, it's all out of it's all safe places. Listen, if you don't want
Can I say
confusion,
one thing quickly?
yeah, go for it.
A big part of me coming on the live and also like putting the camera on as well is because, like I said, I've always felt like my calling has been like my voice has always been a big part of my calling as well. And I've always just like believed that I can help a lot of people with my voice and like my testimony and stuff like that. But again, it's the programming, the conditioning, and also just remembering like people saying like, because I've always wanted to do like YouTube and stuff like that, but people are like, oh, what are you going to talk about? You've got nothing to speak about. And I'm like, I could talk for days. Like I could talk for days about things that I know people can get some sort of wisdom from, especially now, like being a mum. But that's why I really wanted to come on here as well. So, because I'm trying to push myself more and more out of my comfort zone as well, so that I can be the person that I've always dreamed of becoming, you know? And so this is a big part of that. So again, I really appreciate it for real.
Let's go. Hey, all right. So it's a double whammy because when we deal with the nervous system, we deal with everything low key. This is going to be something, this oasis and so much other stuff. It's going to unlock that. It's going to unlock that for you simultaneously. But I encourage you, stick around. All right. I've been in this space for 6 years.
Amazing.
And I've had my own growing pains. I would love to, just help you out any way possible.
Thank
You know what I'm
you.
saying? As you're navigating
Thank you.
that. As you have questions, thoughts, all the things. Let's chat it up. All right.
Definitely.
And I'll definitely be a helping hand where I can.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got a big bro over here. I got your back.
I appreciate it.
You know what I'm saying? I got your back. All right. Well, listen, you get you some
Well,
rest.
thank you so much.
Think on those notes, and I'm gonna
I
get this to
will.
you so you're able to start getting going as soon as tomorrow. You're not starting tonight. I mean, you'll have access tonight, but don't start tonight. You'll start tomorrow. Okay.
I'll start tomorrow.
Yeah. And I got you covered there. Okay.
No, thank you so much, Sean.
Hey.
I appreciate you. God bless. Take care.
Hey,
and
I
I'll definitely
appreciate
be
you.
in contact.
Let's go. I appreciate you. All right.
Thank you.
Take it easy.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too.
Bye.
Hey man, shout out to Andy. Y'all put a one in the chat. My phone about to die. It's 8:00 and y'all sitting with me. Y'all go eat. Y'all go enjoy y'all eating, and I'm about to do the same. I appreciate you guys so much for tuning in. Listen, be sure, again, this is going to last for about another 10 minutes. Be sure to send me a message with a video recording of a testimonial of how the content has been helpful, the lives have been helpful, how you've been impacted by my work. Would you recommend this to anyone? All the things. If you send me that testimonial, whether it's written, okay, on email or through DM or video, email or DM, I will actually get you a free session. Just send me that in a code word testimonial, and I got you. All right. Be sure to go to the top of my page, click those links for the secure program, or not the secure program, for the relational diagnostic, for the attachment style quiz that you can start taking now. If you want to get into my secure program designed to help you go from anxious and avoidant attachment to secure attachment in a healthy, tangible way, dealing with your nervous system and relaxing that, all the things we kind of talked about towards the end of this call and so much more where that comes from, be sure to send me a message with secure. And I'm gladly wanting to start you on that. Got people going through it right now who are getting benefits and wins from it. And I want you to be a part of it. Okay. If you can't do any of that, be sure to follow for more as we continue navigating through our healing, doing relationships the right way, which starts with us doing the healing work on ourselves first. I appreciate you guys a ton. And as always, until our next time, be easy and be breezy. Check it. Peace.